I still think it's coming. I hope I'm wrong, but it feels like, to your point, a lot of uncertainty, and that T word, tariffs, is leading to that uncertainty.
But we've been saying the recession is coming. I mean, in earnest, you're right. Ever since we did have that recession during COVID, we thought, things would go up very quickly. We thought, well, there's going to be a correction, and then we get a little correction, but there was no recession. So as much as we keep hearing tariffs are here, uncertainty, it's doom and gloom, it's terrible, it's terrible, it's terrible, we're not seeing the other indicators. Why haven't we seen that doom and gloom that experts have been predicting? That is our why, and it's next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
2:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Well, the temps are going up around the valley, especially by this weekend. We're going to be in the triple digits. Fire officials want to make sure that if you're staying active on state hiking trails, do it safely. Captain Dave Folio with Scottsdale Fire says the summer heat is nothing to take lightly if you're hiking several miles of trail. He points out heat exhaustion can set in quickly, and you should have a plan in mind that ends early in the day. Plus, a fully charged phone, and most importantly, hydrate before you go outside. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now, it may feel a little cooler than normal today. We're expecting a high of 93, and for us, that's a little on the cool side for June 2nd. 20% chance of a shower, 69 overnight, climbing to 96 by Tuesday, and possibly hitting 100 again by Thursday. Right now in Tolleson, it's 87. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Our why today, why haven't we seen the doom and gloom that experts have been predicting when it comes to the U.S. economy? Joining us right now is our Valley economist and president of Rounds Consulting, Jim Rounds. Jim, always good to have you on the program. Thank you so much for joining us via the video connection. For those watching on our YouTube channel, KTAR News on YouTube, you can see Jim's prettiest of the three faces on that screen. Jim, the first question, why is it we're not seeing the doom and gloom? I mean, I keep hearing that the recession is coming, and a lot of us still have this freshness of the Great Recession in our minds, and we think this is going to be horrible. When's it coming? I mean, for Pete's sake, it's like the weatherman. Keep telling me the storm's coming, and I keep battening down the hatches, and it's not coming.
I know. When's it going to rain, right?
Yeah.
Right now, I mean, I can give my own opinion, but economists across country are thinking there's about a 50% chance it'll happen this calendar year. Obviously, with the way things are going, the rest would think it's going to happen next year. There's probably a couple of outliers that are politically biased that are saying we're never going to have one. But that's what we're looking at. I think it's probably going to be more likely next year, but I think it's going to creep up on us. And you're seeing that in some of the data.
What data, Jim? Why does it feel like, I mean, since COVID, we've been talking about, hey, we're going to be in this recession. We had Liberation Day early in April, and we thought, hey, end of this year, early next year. And we just heard you say again, hey, 50% chance, end of this year. What data are we supposed to be looking for here? And when is it going to creep up on us, or why is it going to creep up on us?
Yeah, and there's a lot of different data points to look at. I always like to look at, is something not falling off a cliff, because you have to guess when that would happen, but is something slowing at a steady pace? And if you take a look at real GDP each quarter, it's been slowly sliding for a little while. If you take a look at employment, it's always good to have job growth above 200,000 or so, but we're dipping a little bit below that. You take a look at unemployment rates, we're still good because there's still a demand for a lot of workers, but inflation is in check, but at the same time, we're going to see some additional inflation come later from the tariffs. I know that some of the politicians are saying that that's not going to happen, but that's just how math works and how the economy works. So all the different data points that I look at, to make a long story short, is they're all slipping a little bit, and they're going to slip over the rest of the next few months probably, because there's a pattern here. And then we'll probably, see some slides into GDP. But when you look at a recession, you got to look at income, you got to look at production. There's a lot of different things. It's not just 2 consecutive quarters of declines. But I feel like we'll have it by next year, but I'm hoping it's going to be mild. I hope that we'll have enough pro-economic public policy at the federal level that it'll keep us from having a severe one.
So, and I want to continue on that path then. How hard is it to reverse some of these trends that you're discussing here? I'm not sure. You're talking about a slow decline. Is this like a trend? Is this a freight train on the tracks, or is this a jet ski on a wave? Because it's tough to turn a freight train around, but it's real easy to spin a jet ski, right?
Yeah, so I would say at the local level, it might be a little bit more like a jet ski. We were running the nose of our jet ski into the ground before, and then we, created all these economic programs. We're more business friendly, and we turned it around pretty quickly. The U.S. economy is more like a freight train that's going downhill right now, which is going to take a heck of a lot of momentum in order to just slow the minor declines that we're seeing in some of the data. So it'll trough, it'll hit the bottom of the valley, and then it'll go back up just like any other economic downturn. We'll still continue to have business cycles, but I'm still seeing some mixed signals. And I remember we were talking about this before. When everything is pointed negative, a recession's around the corner, or we're already in one. But when you see a few mixed signals where you see incomes up a little bit while employment's slowing, there's still a few mixed signals, even though everything's slowing down a bit. I just can't see us having a recession this calendar year. But I remember the great lesson was back in 2001. I remember a lot of economists said as soon as 9/11 hit, we're in a recession. We're actually in a recession and out of it before that happens. So sometimes you just don't know.
Jim Rounds, president of Rounds Consulting, Valley economist, joins us. Jim, you mentioned a mild recession. Get out the crystal ball. What does that look like for us? Unemployment, for instance, right now we're around 4.2%. Mild recession, you think we get to 5%, 7%, 10%? How mild will a recession look when it comes to unemployment?
It'll vary depending on the location, but Arizona is going to be better positioned. So we might see unemployment only go up a little bit because we have a significant demand for workers, and right now we're in a bit of a workforce shortage across the board. We can't reach our long-term forecasts in economic growth and job growth at the current production of workers and what we're importing right now. So we're probably not going to see that many job losses. The state, doing the math, you need about $1 billion to $1.5 billion to get through a recession without having to cut budgets or raise taxes. That's what they have in the rainy day fund, that extra bank account for times like this. So I think Arizona, it's not going to be too bad. I think we're going to lose very few jobs. It'll probably be lower income jobs. And the bigger risks are related to some of those big public policy decisions like Medicaid cuts, whether or not we're going to have significant tariffs that continue for a long time, or if this is just part of some negotiating tactic and we don't fully understand all the background right now. So some of it's going to depend on what the federal government does as well.
Jim Rounds is a Valley economist and president of Rounds Consulting. If we do see a recession, whether that's a mild recession, a medium recession, or a hot recession, I went with the Taco Bell scale there instead of, mild or whatever.
It was good. It was
thank
good.
you. Appreciate that, Jim. I thought if anybody, you would appreciate it. What is the biggest risk to Main Street on this? And I'm not talking about mom and pop shops. What's the biggest risk to me if we have a recession? What is the biggest concern that Joe Blow has if we do see a downturn?
Well, you'll see the stock market slide a bit. If you're currently buying and you're not near retirement, it just means you're going to be buying more stocks. Your 401k is going to be adding more to it than it otherwise would.
But that could be a good thing,
retirees. Right? Well, it'll allow you to buy into it.
Okay.
So, we don't care what the prices are right now. We care what the prices are when we're going to need the retirement funds. So we'd rather them be lower so we can buy more. But if you're at retirement, I would be a little bit nervous just because of everything that's been discussed. And job loss would be the biggest risk. Obviously, that would be the thing that would impact households the most. It would impact me the most. You lose your job, that changes your whole life.
Yeah.
But in terms of just some of the other numbers, I'm really worried about the tariff issue and the extent that it's going to push prices up. If isn't some miracle, the great tariff miracle of 2025 happens and we see a movie made about it later, it's going to have to be something that extreme for us not to see some of this inflation, and that's going to impact lower income individuals. So it depends on where you are on the income ladder, and it kind of depends on where you are in terms of are you close to retirement or not.
Jim Rounds, you mentioned inflation going up, but if we have inflation going up at the same time we have a recession, doesn't that push us into stagflation?
That sure does. And I had to dust off that word not too long ago because it's one of those things that hardly ever comes up. But you have high inflation in a depressed economic period. What does the Federal Reserve Board do?
Yeah.
If it has high inflation, you don't want to be furthering that, but you got to help with the economy as a whole. So we have to be real careful. Now, the only reason we would have stagflation is because of the tariffs, though. So if it's a choice, we're choosing to do this. If we choose to back away from it some, maybe we can avoid the stagflation. Maybe it'll be, halfway there or something like that. But it doesn't seem like it, because what I'm hearing from the politicians, at least, is, oh no, other countries are paying these things. It's like, no, we're paying them. We're already seeing higher car prices. You don't have to be getting a brand new car that's coming from Germany in order to see higher prices, because there's more demand for domestic vehicles, which is going to push those prices up. So across the board, whether you're getting a car, a Nintendo Switch 2, or whatever they're calling it, whatever it is, prices are at least going up a little bit. We'll start to see that at a mild level on the inflation numbers. And then if nothing is done by the end of the summer into fall, we'll probably see that jump up a bit.
Jim, I'm continuing to see the stories. Buyer's market in Arizona, buyer's market in the Valley. Chris and I have been talking about this a lot lately. Chris is constantly looking for prices to keep falling. He wants to be a buyer, wants to get a house again. What do you see happening with housing if we hit a recession here in the Valley? I know you've said not a lot of job loss, but what's the future of housing? Are we going to see more of a buyer's market, or is everybody just going to be holding on?
Well, we may see, if inflation isn't too bad, we may see the Federal Reserve Board lower rates, and that's going to heat up the housing market a bit. We're going to have to produce a lot more in order to impact prices in terms of it being more affordable. I just don't see the Federal Reserve Board making significant changes. So we might be locked into this period where, compared to historical mortgage rates, 6.5% is still extremely good. My first mortgage was around 7.5%, and I thought that was just a smoking deal compared to what others were getting a couple of years before. So it's all relative. But I'm just not sure we're going to see that relief. We're going to have to build a lot more homes. We're going to have to get clever with public policy. And what drives me crazy is this is our realm. We work in economics and public policy. And no matter what good ideas different people come up with, we just never see anything get implemented.
Jim Rounds, President, Rounds Consulting and Valley Economist, still predicting a 50% chance recession at the end of this year. Jim, thank you so much. We'll check in with you down the road.
All right, take care.
All right. Recession or not, you're seeing the housing market loosen up across the country, as Joe just mentioned, and your Jim comment on. Phoenix market has one of the most dramatic price cuts. The legislature, though, claims that they're trying to loosen things up even more. And to Jim's point, they're not, even though they say they are. The latest efforts to help the home buyer. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Did you know that KTAR News has a YouTube channel? We do. Of course, you can listen to 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and KTAR.com. But on our YouTube channel, you can also watch Arizona's Morning News, Mike Broomhead, Chris and Joe, and Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Search up KTAR News on YouTube and subscribe.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
It's Gatos, and it's time to hire Arizona's #1 painter, Arizona Painting Company. In business 20-plus years in the Valley. Heck, I've been talking about them on KTAR for 20-plus years. Bonded, licensed, and insured. The painters, they've been with the company for over a decade. They don't want to go anywhere else. And guess what? When your house gets painted, they don't leave your property until you're 100% satisfied. Text the word PAINT to 620-620, and I'll send you the phone number from the Arizona Painting Company. These guys will come to your home and give you a free estimate if you mention Gatos. They buy the paint. They paint your home. Then they meticulously go over your home with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that you're 100% satisfied. They treat your home like it's their home. I've known these guys personally for so many years. I want you to hire them. Text the word PAINT to 620-620. I'll bounce a text back to you with their phone number and information that you need to know all about the Arizona Painting Company.
Message and data rates may apply.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Before the D-backs versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Cattell Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
2:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. One of the world's leading cybersecurity researchers has made a disturbing discovery that could affect every Google, Microsoft, and social media user in the country. ABC's Jim Ryan says a database containing nearly 200 million account credentials has been compromised.
Security specialist Jeremiah Fowler has contacted the hosting provider to make that company aware that hackers had gotten their hands on the data. His advice to us users is to change our account passwords now and to use two-step authentication.
Arizona votes.
There's complexities with trying to build a secure facility that also is transparent.
Maricopa County broke ground on a new election center slated to open in time for the 2028 presidential election. It includes a command center, more space for signature verification, pre-tabulation processing, and ballot tabulation, as well as training areas for temporary election workers. Major renovations start at Mesa Police Headquarters after a brick-breaking ceremony this morning. Mesa Police Chief Ken Cost says the renovations are for everyone.
This will literally take us to the next level. It'll elevate us to a position that we're really looking forward to for our community and our employees.
Chief Cost says the renovations will provide an inviting space for community events and kids programs. Cost adds renovations will also provide officers and professional staff a place to have lunch or take a breather during a stressful shift. Construction is expected to be complete early 2027. Some services will be relocated during construction. If you need more information, you can visit mesanow.org. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly is deeply concerned about how cuts to Medicaid under President Trump's big, beautiful bill, cuts to Medicaid, would impact health care in Arizona. The Congressional Budget Office projects the cuts could leave more than 8 million Americans without any health insurance by 2034. The Trump administration, though, maintains no one would lose coverage. Let's check the roads this afternoon. Kate Orta is live now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky. Yeah, that southbound I-17 crash. We have that transition ramp totally closed on the eastbound Loop 101 there. That was closed due to a crash earlier. Everyone is being directed west, which is also way slowing down traffic on that ramp. We also have a crash on the eastbound I-10 on the 16th Street on-ramp, a wreck 11th Avenue and Bell Road, a crash 23rd Avenue on Camelback Road near the I-17, and the intersection at the southbound 51st Avenue and westbound Peoria Avenue is closed due to a crash. This traffic report is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Mike Broomhead at the Arrowhead AMC June 12th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. You can show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink. That's traffic. Kate Orta, KTAR News.
We have about a 20% chance of seeing another shower around the valley this afternoon and tonight. 93 should be our high, 69 for our low, and then 96 on Tuesday. But right now in Phoenix, it's the hottest it's been today so far at 86. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Thanks for making us a part of your Monday afternoon. I'm Chris Merrill. He's Joe Huizinga. We're just talking with our Valley economist, Jim Rounds. You'll be able to find that interview up on our YouTube page. KTAR is on the YouTube with our own channel. And you can also find exclusive interviews and reaction to the latest local and breaking news. Subscribe to the KTAR YouTube channel today. Did you subscribe yet?
I'm perpetually subscribed.
I'm sitting on the sidelines and I'm waiting to buy a house.
I know. I know you are. Yeah. I'm happily owning my home.
You talked with our economist about owning a house, and he basically said, yeah, no.
It sounded like he said...
sounded like he said I was being greedy.
Really? Is that how you took it? I didn't take it that way. I think he just said not a lot is going to change here in Arizona, is how I took it.
But he also made mention that interest rates at 6.5% or 7% are historically pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And that his first one was at 7.5%. He thought that was a real deal based on previous years.
Oh, I remember him being in the teens.
You do? Do you actually, or do you remember hearing your parents talk about it?
I remember my parents talking about it.
Okay, there you go. You don't remember.
I don't remember having to pay that, but
I never paid
through
that.
it.
I never paid that.
Yeah.
Never had an interest rate that high.
No.
So as far as I'm concerned, relatively speaking, to my own experience, 7% is higher than I've ever had before. Right?
But historically, it's pretty average.
I don't care about historically.
You should.
I don't, because I wasn't there for that. Right?
I guess.
Right?
You haven't had to pay 7% for most of your adult life, is your point.
I've never had to pay that much for my entire adult life.
Yeah.
And so, it's like when you and I are out, right? And your phone rings, and you answer your phone, and you're like, well, hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? And you go, reception here's terrible. And I go, historically speaking, being able to speak on your phone anywhere is really good, because in the past, you didn't even have phones, Joe. I mean, historically speaking.
Makes a lot of sense.
You couldn't even talk on phones, Joe. So I don't know why you're frustrated with this one. Because that's not what we're accustomed to. That's not our baseline. Our expectations have changed. My expectation of what the mortgage rates should be have changed. So I don't want to pay 7%. My father talks about it. I remember during Carter when the inflation rate was up and it was 18% and all this stuff, right?
But you remember 3% 7 or 8 years ago.
Yeah. I think my first one we were at 5.5%, maybe 6, but whatever it was. I wasn't at 7.5 like our Valley economist Jim Rounds.
I think on the flip side was historically low. People had never seen that low either.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But that was... it was.
But you'd be very happy with something in the 5s.
I wouldn't. I don't think I'm going to do much until it's at least in the 5s.
Okay.
Yeah. So It is frustrating, though. I hear these stories about it becoming a buyer's market. In fact, you even talked with our Valley economists about it being a buyer's market.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of stories on it.
And yet,
we had one last week.
We still hear it's a buyer's market, but there's a housing shortage, which is a little bit baffling to me. There is a second attempt at legislation that they call the Starter Homes Act. Now, this is the one that basically would have said, look, you want to put a house there, put a house there. Forget local zoning, forget any sort of setbacks, forget all that other stuff. You want a house there, put a house there, sell the house there. Joe, you want to throw it in your backyard and put a driveway around it and everything else? You can do it.
And forget the common notions of a house. Doesn't need to be 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms.
No.
If you want 2 bedrooms, no garage, house.
And a
boom.
Drain in the corner of the kitchen for a bathroom.
That's a house.
Done. We're exaggerating a little bit, but not a ton. Not a ton. They really wanted to basically ease all zoning restrictions from local governments.
Less will be more.
The governor said, no, we're not going to do that because we want to make sure that local municipalities continue to have control over the zoning in their areas. That is until local municipalities try to tell Axon that they can't build an apartment complex. And then the governor signs a bill saying, actually, no.
Yeah, what I did see with Governor Hobbs is she is in favor of requiring homes to be owner-occupied for the first 5 years. Because that would then keep the investors at bay and give Arizona residents a chance at home ownership. She is in favor of that.
Right. And as we know, much of the inventory has been purchased by investors who are then turning those either into short-term rentals, long-term rentals, or they're just going to try to flip them. Yeah, exactly what they're going to do. So this bill is basically stalled out. It's stalled out this time around. Now, Hobbs vetoed this the last time, but it's stalled out this time where it's got bipartisan support, but also bipartisan opposition. I'm fascinated by it because I happen to see a quote by Senator Shauna Bollock, who is a Phoenix Republican. She said, we should support people, not cities. And she wants the Arizona Starter Homes Act. So once again, we've got a situation where you've got smaller government Republicans who are saying, let's take the control away from the smaller government. Let's give it to us. Larger centralized government. We are going to decide local zoning. You will not be able to do that, which is the antithesis of republicanism. Flip side, you've got the Democrats acting like federalists who suddenly are concerned about the local municipalities having control over their own backyards, whereas in the past they would have been the first to say, we know what's best. So I don't know if we're just seeing the party flip, or is this has something else to do with, which way the wind is blowing for each one of these parties on each one of these issues. But it drives me crazy. Meanwhile, do we even need the Starters Home Act right now? Because if we have an increased inventory, as we do, and we are seeing home prices dropping as they are, why do we all of a sudden have to have a bunch of new homes built? I know they keep saying there's a shortage, but if there's a shortage and now there's more inventory, wouldn't it stand to reason that inventory would start getting gobbled up?
If it's affordable.
Okay. Well, this bill, by the way, the Starter Homes Package doesn't mandate anything be affordable. It's not like it has any sort of restrictions on that.
But Rep. Cesar Aguilar's point, he's a Democrat in Phoenix, he was the one who was advocating for first-time home buyers. So what if it's a 2-bedroom house with no garage? So I think the way I looked at that is, okay, smaller house, only 2 bedrooms, no garage. That's inherently going to be cheaper than a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom house.
Yeah.
So if you make it smaller, you make the lot smaller, it should be cheaper.
Right. But if inventory is not right, then you can still charge more. Right.
Than what you would have in the past. Yeah.
Yeah.
It can all be inflated.
So if the housing situation is turning toward a buyer's market, how come the homes aren't getting snatched up? I mean, you've heard countless stories of people on the sidelines just waiting for the right time. Why isn't that time now? You're going to find out next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain. If you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, great focus. It'll boost your sex drive. If you have low T, go to redmountainweightloss.com, and you can start for free right now this month. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for an award-winning relationship for your vehicle's service needs? Welcome to Desert Car Care of Chandler. Don't take our word for it. Just ask your neighbors or check out all their testimonials and awards they've won. Their philosophy is simple: on time, certified, convenient, and award-winning automotive service backed by an industry-leading 3-year, 36,000-mile warranty on parts and labor. Desert Car Care of Chandler. Just south of Chandler on Dobson, providing you the automotive experience you deserve. Check them out at desertcarcare.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:46, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. There's new research from Arizona State University that shows Arizona's groundwater is disappearing, and fast. ASU's Global Futures professor Jay Famiglietti joined Arizona's Morning News to help put into perspective just how much water the state has lost.
We have lost almost as much water as both Lake Powell and Lake Mead.
Professor Famiglietti says the groundwater we're losing is extremely important to our existence in Arizona. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Well, today you're expecting a high temp to be around 93. There is a slight chance of some more scattered showers through the evening. Overnight, 69 for our low. And then tomorrow's high, about 96. Right now, it's 87 in Goodyear. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you get access to your home equity in cash without monthly payments to use for whatever you'd like. From paying off debt to making renovations or handling emergency expenses. Receive your funds in just a few weeks. Start pursuing your financial goals and start getting more out of life. See if you pre-qualify for an investment at hometap.com. Subject to eligibility. Terms and conditions apply. That's hometap.com.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Gleason Roofing. Hey,
it's Jim Sharp. Did you know our coming heat can cause cracks in your roof? Yeah, the sun during the day expands roof materials. At night, it cools and contracts, and that can lead to more than sunlight dripping into your house once the monsoon starts. Do what I did. Schedule a no-obligation roof audit with Gleason Roofing. Let Gleason identify and fix issues before you have major problems. Visit GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Don't risk an AC breakdown this summer. Call Rias, your local air conditioning expert. From maintenance to same-day repair, Rias keeps your home cool. Make your AC happy with a Rias Refresh, our advanced AC tune-up, and get your AC running at peak performance. Over $1,000 in value, now just $89.99. Go to reis.com/happy.
Rias, call Rias. You'll be happy to see us. REEIS.
Happy Monday, and will Elon's departure from Washington, D.C. spell the end of Doge? Well, we're going straight to the swamp and talk to our insider. It's Mondays with Megan, as Megan McCain weighs in, starting at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News on air, online on the KTAR News app. When you're on that app, you can see that little microphone icon at the bottom. If you tap on that, it gives you a chance to leave us a message, say something insightful or funny or crazy. Might even play that on the air. We were just talking home ownership, and we are seeing prices dropping in the Valley. I think we're leading the country. I think we're down like 3%. Yeah. And time on market has extended now, which means there's more inventory. Prices are coming down slightly.
Supposedly a buyer's market. I think prices are still pretty beefy.
Yep.
On the high side.
Yeah.
But I heard my roommate talking over the weekend. He's looking to abandon me, looking to buy a house.
Okay.
And he was.
That's good.
I think he was talking with his parents. He's like, the price of homes has come way down. And I'm thinking to myself as he's having this conversation with his folks, like, okay, the price of homes has come down a little, but there's a factor still working way against him that I don't think he considers, that I know you think a lot more about.
Yeah, it's the mortgage rates.
Yeah.
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 Which I think is part of the reason that we're seeing the inventory increase. So inventory is increasing. Home prices are coming down, albeit slightly. They're down like 3%, which means that if you take a look at where we are this right now versus a year ago, we're 3% lower, which is still about 8 or 9% higher than it was 2 years ago.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So they're still pretty high. If you were sitting out in 2023 because you thought the prices were high and at some point the dam's got to break and they're going to come down, you're still above where we were when you decided to hold off.
Yeah.
So that's part of it.
$500,000 house, 3% cheaper.
$15,000 off.
$485K.
Okay. Here's one of the things that's keeping people, though, where they are. Well, first of all, you've got the economic uncertainty. Are we going to have a recession? You heard from our economist that what is the biggest threat to you and me if a recession comes? It's not necessarily our 401ks, unless we're in retirement. It's, will I have a job? As employment goes up, am I going to be affected by that? So you don't buy a house if you're worried that you're not going to be able to make that mortgage. I don't know what's going to happen with my job. I'm not buying a house.
Well,
right? That's one.
Sure. Can I take a shot at two here? To me, too, is I've got one of those historically low mortgage rates.
So that's the other one.
3%.
So this is what they call the mortgage rate lock-in. Okay, and mortgage rate lock-in effect is exactly what Joe just described. It is, even if Joe wanted to upgrade, let's say that Joe's been stocking money aside and he says, you know, look, I've got this 3-bedroom, 2-bath, but I want something with a pool that's a little bit closer to work, maybe a little bit of a yard. And so I might be upping my budget another $200,000 to look for something else, and I've got the cash on hand. Or rather, I've got some money saved up, but I'm going to have to go for another mortgage. You go, it's not worth it, because right now my mortgage is at, would you say 3%? Okay. So now you're paying more than double in the mortgage rate on a higher value home. So that's one of the things keeping people on the sidelines right now.
Yeah,
so,
you're adding between $800 and $1,500 onto your mortgage.
Depends on however big your mortgage is, right? So now all of a sudden, you've got an increase in inventory, but the mortgage rates are high. So somebody like me goes, oh, those interest rates are too high and the prices haven't come down far enough. I might have $500,000 that I want to spend, right? $500,000. And, or at least that's the budget, because I've worked out my payment and I can make a payment of, say, $2,700 a month, all right? But if those mortgage rates are high, the only way I'm getting into that house is if you drop your price. I might look at your house, Joe, and you'll say you're trying to sell me your place. I might look at your place and I might say, man, I'd buy that if it were a little bit less expensive. I could swing the payment if it were a little bit less expensive. You know what's not coming down? The mortgage rates. So this mortgage rate lock-in effect means that in order for me to buy a home, you have to take less money. You know who's not getting less money? The bank. When that ratio of where my $2,600 or $2,700 a month goes, you're getting less of it. The bank is getting the same amount.
That mortgage interest rate's not dropping, but
No.
I might lower the price of my house and thus take less.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the consumer ends up getting hit because of those interest rates. That said, you hear the ads here for one of our mortgage people, and they say you marry the house and you date the mortgage. Because at some point, we assume the mortgage rates are going to come down.
How much?
Well, it also depends on what happens with some of the other factors at play. If we have a recession or if we have inflation, we could actually see some of those numbers jimmy around a little bit, which brings us back to the uncertainty, right? Hey, to the East Valley we go. An update on one of the accused murderers in the death of a 16-year-old Preston Lord. After you heard the news a couple of weeks ago, one young man pleading guilty, it seems a fellow defendant is playing hardball. We're going to offer up his odds next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 five-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
If you've got great credit, then why are you financing your home the same way those with poor credit do? Stretching the payments out over 30 years, paying all the interest up front, no access to your equity. Yeah, your mortgage should match your credit and how you handle your finances. At Life Changer Loan, you're in control. You can pay down, pay off, borrow back, and do it all on your timeline. I mean, it's up to you. You've earned it. If you've got great credit and you're good with your money, you need LifeChangerLoan.com, where it's not magic, it's just math.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes.
The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors is investing in election integrity. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live now in the News Center with the details. Pick up Heidi in just a moment. We've got a little technical difficulty there. Meanwhile, new research from ASU shows that Arizona's groundwater is drying up and at an alarming rate. ASU's Global Futures professor Jay Famiglietti joined Arizona's Morning News to discuss how the university found the rapid loss of groundwater.
We used NASA satellite called GRACE, or Gravity Recovery and Climate Experiment, and we found that the groundwater is disappearing at a pretty rapid rate.
Professor Famiglietti says the loss of groundwater is especially bad in southeastern and in western Arizona. Let's go back to the newsroom now, and KTAR's Heidi Hummel on how the Board of Supervisors is investing in election integrity.
That's right, Becky. The county broke ground on a new state-of-the-art election center. Supervisor Thomas Galvin says it was designed with transparency in mind.
All of the different rooms, you'll have the ability to sit and observe. We're going to have all these high-tech equipment to make sure that we're having everything videotaped and live streamed.
The new facility is slated to open in time for the 2028 presidential election. It includes more room for signature verification, pre-tabulation processing, and ballot tabulation, as well as training areas for temporary election workers. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
A newly constructed runway is open at Newark Liberty International Airport, and planes soon will be cleared for takeoff and landing. This comes after recent headaches at Newark that delayed passengers for hours and led to widespread cancellations. A telecommunications outage that led to air traffic controllers taking leave also contributed to the delays. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says there was a shortage of controllers before the outage took place.
It can't be fixed overnight. It takes time to train up on this airspace. But we've addressed the problem by bringing more controllers to train up in the Philly Tracon that, again, controls Newark here. 2 people recovering in the hospital after they evaded arrest and jumped off a bridge on the I-10 in Goodyear. Police say it happened around 5:30 p.m. Sunday as they responded to a shoplifting call near McDowell and Dysart Roads. The shoplifters drove off, stopping on the freeway near Dysart, and 2 of the group, an adult man and woman, jumped from the bridge. They were taken to the hospital with critical injuries. The other 3 suspects in the vehicle were detained. That investigation is still ongoing. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. Brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's June 2nd, and back on this day in 1935, Babe Ruth retired. One of the greatest players in the history of baseball, Babe Ruth ends his major league playing career after 22 seasons, 10 World Series, and hitting 714 home runs. George Harmon Ruth was born into a poor family in Baltimore, and as a child he was sent to St. Mary's Industrial School for Boys, where he learned to play baseball and was a standout athlete. At just the age of 19, Ruth was signed to the Baltimore Orioles, where fellow teammates and the media began referring to him as team owner Jack Dunn's newest babe, a nickname that stuck. He would later acquire other nicknames, including the Sultan of SWAT, the Colossus of Clout, the Bambino, just to name a few. Many of the records Ruth set remain in place for decades. His career home run record stood until 1974, when it was broken by Hank Aaron. The Sultan of SWAT's career slugging percentage remains the highest in Major League history, and he retired back on this day in 1935.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Oh, we never want to hear that on a Monday afternoon, but there it is. And here's John Roller to tell us about it in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon, Becky Lynn. We've got a full closure in the North Valley this afternoon. The eastbound lanes of the Loop 101, the Pima Freeway, closed right at 7th Avenue. This all due to a crash. No estimated time of reopening. Now, earlier in the day, we've been reporting that the ramp closure from the southbound I-17 to the eastbound Loop 101 has been closed. It is still closed. So Deer Valley is an option. You may want to just stay southbound on I-17, maybe go over to Union Hills to get around this crash if you need to get into Scottsdale. But again, we have a full closure. Eastbound Loop 101, the Pima Freeway, right at 7th Avenue. All lanes closed. No estimated time of reopening. Traffic is brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try a tasty burrito box today. 10 burritos for just $49.95. For additional deals, visit carolina's.com/KTAR. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight, there's still a slight chance of a scattered storm, some scattered rain showers. Our overnight low 69 degrees. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and 96, climbing to 99 on Wednesday. It's 88 right now in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's an honor to spend our afternoons with you. I'm Chris Merrill. He's Joe Huizenga. You'll be able to see Joe's flashy suit. I was looking at the press conference today. Caroline Leavitt was speaking to the press, and it looks like she stole her blazer from one of the construction workers filling in potholes out in front of the White House.
It's green. It looks a little too big, the one that she had.
But I kind of think that you would compliment her very well with your very hot pink suit today.
No, I didn't steal this one from anybody, though.
Oh, okay.
I assumed you were going to say I stole this from a homeless person.
I was just thinking it's very bright. No.
You like the... What
now, the
color
shirt you stole from a homeless guy, but the jacket, no.
It was near a dumpster. What, you think green and pink go together?
It's just very loud. It
it's
just
like
felt
Kermit
like
and Miss Piggy. Feels
like
a
1992 all over.
Huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's where I was going with that one.
Hey, I like to be loud with my suits oftentimes.
I don't think it's just the suits.
Oh, yeah. No, it is. I'm very shy, very quiet, very humble.
Yeah, that's the first thing everybody tells us about you. Did you happen to see... Remember, what was it, 2 weeks ago that we had the dude in the Preston Lord case that pled guilty and he ended up getting...
William Owen Hines was his name.
17 years, right? Total. It was, and if I recall correctly, it was off the top of my head, it was 12 years for the Preston Lord beating that he was involved in. 7 people accused in that. He was the first to plead guilty. And then 5 years for another crime that he had committed, and then he got probation or something else for 2 other beatings that he was in.
I'll take your word for it. I sounds right.
There were 4 crimes he pled guilty to. 2, he got 17 years, or he pled guilty to all of them, got 17 years, is what I recall. Okay. So now we got another guy, Jacob Meisner is his name, and he is one of the 7 that's been accused. Only one has pled so far. So Meisner is 18 now. He's been charged with first-degree murder and kidnapping in this beating of Preston Lord that happened October 2023. This was the Halloween party gone wrong, where a group of these Gilbert goons, this gang out of Gilbert, got together and thought, let's randomly beat somebody up.
He's also, quick nugget, point out the only one still locked up.
Oh, all the others bonded out, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So this guy, he's the only one that can come.
Mom and Dad have said that detention is the best place for him.
Okay, and they say that because he, like the last dude, he got a few other things hanging over his head here, right?
Allegedly, yep.
Allegedly, he's going to be facing prosecution for not only the murder, but also the kidnapping and the robbery, because if you recall, the whole thing in the story around Preston Lord is that these guys, it feels like an 80s movie, right? Where the bullies come and they steal something from the nerd and they start throwing it back and forth over the nerd's head. Kind of what they were doing. They stole a necklace off of Preston Lord's friend, and then they were kind of keeping it away from him.
Yeah, a piece of costume jewelry, basically, that was worth like $10.
That was it.
The judge in this case also said that the jury was telling Meisner and his attorneys this could consider past group assaults in their decision when it came to sentencing of Mr. Meisner down the road.
Because he was part of the Gilbert Goons, this gang of teenagers who were beating up random people, sometimes friends, sometimes each other, sometimes just random people in the East Valley. And then they would, in many cases, record it and then post it to YouTube, TikTok, Insta,
Snapchat,
whatever it is. Right. So Meisner was arrested and charged in January 2024 in 2 goon attacks in Gilbert and Mesa, admitted his involvement in the beating, sentenced to probation. Something that I think we've harped on more than once, that you've got aggravated assault, you've got beatings, and these kids are getting probation. Yeah. And we go, don't do this again or we're going to slap your wrists again. In June, that's when he was sentenced. He was also ordered to remain in juvenile detention until he was transferred to the adult justice system. He moved to the system in January when he turned 18 because he was not 18 when the beating went on with Preston Lord, right? So this guy's been he's been part of this group. He's done all these beatings, kept getting away with it. Then even when they do get busted, they keep beating people up. Mm-hmm. They just don't even care. There's been no shift in attitude. It sounds like this guy is just a bad apple. Even his parents said he's a bad apple. Best place for him is behind bars. Mm-hmm. Oh, my gosh. My parents just said the best place for me is behind bars? Because it's the safest for me? Because then I can't get myself in trouble anymore? That's horrible. I mean, I feel, and this is a lot of people are going to get mad at me for this. I genuinely feel bad for his parents. Now, I know you're going to say, well, the parents are the reason he is the way that he is. Maybe that's the case. But if you've ever had kids, there are times that you are at your wit's end. And in this case, the parents are definitely at their wit's end. And they said, we're not going to bond him out because the best place for him is behind bars. I mean, that is a parent doing something that is incredibly difficult to do.
Yeah.
Let my kid rot because it's the best place for him. Oh! That's painful.
Now, there was a plea offer on the table on Friday from prosecutors for Meisner that would have required him to spend 7 to 21 years in prison if he pleaded guilty to manslaughter and aggravated robbery. But Meisner's attorneys only offered to admit guilt in the robbery.
Wow. So they think that he was not a part of the beating?
Well, and the judge explained to him and his attorneys that as a participant in the kidnapping of Lord.
And by the kidnapping, this is when they chased him down and then held him. They encircled him, and at that point, you've restricted his motion. That's considered kidnapping.
Yeah, the judge in this case, his name is Judge Jeffrey Fish. He explained that prosecutors at trial only need to prove Meisner participated in the kidnapping of Lord to satisfy the first-degree murder charge because of the felony murder rule, which basically says a first-degree murder can be applied to people involved in an underlying felony.
Yeah, this is like the old...
in this case, the kidnapping.
This would be like somebody broke into me and my buddy broke into somebody's house, and all we were doing was stealing their computer, and then when they came out, my buddy shot him. I didn't. Doesn't matter. You were there.
Or
and
had a heart attack and died.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. You were there. You were committing the other crime. You're a part of the murder.
Prosecutors don't have to prove Meisner even touched Lord.
Right.
And that becomes a bit of a point of contention because after reviewing hundreds of hours of witness testimony, 21 people claimed to be actual witnesses to the beating. 17 didn't identify Meisner as one of the attackers. 4 did.
So, okay. So that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that
ultimately doesn't matter.
So the other thing that I think is interesting, too, we mentioned the other guy that pled guilty, William Owen Hines. So he did plead guilty to manslaughter. Similar, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had some other charges, other goons-related charges that were coming up, and he got 12 years on the manslaughter. And then he got another 5 years on the other stuff.
Correct.
the judge is saying, the prosecution is saying we want to be able to enter into evidence that Meisner had, the kid that just turned down the plea deal, that he had a history of being abusive, being a goon, like this was his MO. And so when the prosecution says it could be 7 to 21 years, they're thinking, well, William Owen Hines got
17.
Well, he got
12
yep. plus the other stuff, right? Yep. So he got at least 12. So if you're this Meisner kid, you're thinking, well, they're not going to give me 7. I'm getting at least 12 and probably more. Mm-hmm. I'll roll the dice.
Yeah, the range on a minimum for his sentencing right now, if he was convicted on all charges, the range was a minimum of life in prison with the possibility of release after 25 years and a max of the same sentence plus 21 years in prison. That's if he doesn't take any deal and he just gets sentenced.
So he would get life in prison plus 21 years.
Yeah.
How do they do that? Do they just leave the corpse on the cot?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's basically 25 years plus.
No, it just means you're not getting out, bud. That's it. That's all it is.
You're doing a lot of time.
Kind of makes you wonder, though, doesn't it? If the ship has sailed for this guy, he turned down the plea deal. He says, "No, I would plead to the robbery because I stole his necklace, but I would not plead to the manslaughter because that wasn't me
or the kidnapping.
I'm not doing that." And I'm thinking, has the ship sailed for this dude, or is it him and his lawyers just using the art of the deal here?
Trying to get a better deal.
Could be. I mean, you're going to hear from somebody that specializes in finding the best deals for all parties to explain why Meisner might be taking a minute before signing on the dotted line. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Before that, here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. An Apache Junction police officer and a suspect are in the hospital after allegedly exchanging gunfire near Ironwood and Ray Roads. ABC 15's Faye Fredericks explains what police say led up to the shooting.
Police now tell us it happened after they confronted a man suspected of pointing a gun at others. Investigators say he ignored police, then shot an officer who fired back.
The officer was transported to the hospital with life-threatening injuries and is in critical condition. Police say police have not shared information on the suspect's status. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Yes, we have a closure this afternoon. Let's find out where with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. It is in the North Valley. It's the eastbound Loop 101, the Pima Freeway, just past the North Stack there at 7th Avenue, and that has shut down all lanes. Now, all afternoon, we've been reporting about the ramp closure from the southbound I-17 there at the North Stack to the eastbound 101, so we're already seeing heavy slowing coming southbound on the I-17. May want to think about Deer Valley Road or just staying southbound on I-17 to get around this. No estimated time of reopening, and now we have a new crash coming in. Southbound I-17 right near Bethany Home Road. You've got stop and go slowing in that area. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona's largest roofer. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight, 69 for a low temp, slight chance of some scattered showers remain. 96 the high on Tuesday. And right now in Tempe, it's 87 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Happy Monday, and will Elon's departure from Washington, D.C. spell the end of Doge? Well, we're going straight to the swamp and talk to our insider. It's Mondays with Megan, as Megan McCain weighs in, starting at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app, and you'll find us streaming on the KTAR News YouTube channel as well.
Chris, you just heard Bruce St. James right there. This month of June, join Bruce and Gatos weekdays 4 to 7 in their Outspoken Against Hunger campaign supporting St. Mary's Food Bank. You can help the shelves by texting food to 620-620. Help Bruce and Gatos fill the shelves. Every dollar you donate helps provide 5 meals to those in need. Text food to 620-620 to donate.
We've been discussing this Jacob Meisner kid. I'm going to call him a kid. He's an adult now. He's 18. He and 6 others are charged with first-degree murder and kidnapping, in the beating death of Preston Lord at a Halloween party in Queen Creek. Lord was 16 at the time. So Meisner and 2 others were also charged with aggravated robbery in connection with a necklace, it was a $10 piece of costume jewelry, basically, that was stolen from Lord's friend as the attack unfolded. It was a horrific situation that we've been following very closely for the last more than a year and a half, I guess. And now Meisner has offered a plea deal that says you plead guilty to manslaughter and the kidnapping and then this robbery thing, and you might get to 7 to 21 years. So they're going to drop the first-degree murder charge off there and call it manslaughter. Joining us right now is our KTAR legal analyst, Barry Markson. Barry, from murder 1 to manslaughter doesn't sound so bad to me. What is it about Meisner that makes him say, I'm going to roll the dice on this?
I think for the most part, Meisner and his attorneys are saying he did not have a real large hand in Preston Lord's death. So he's basically saying he shouldn't have to bear the brunt of a sentence that reflects more activity in someone's death than he actually had. He's acknowledging his participation or his part in the kidnapping. I think there's evidence that he hit Preston Lord, but that he didn't kill him and he didn't have any part of that. And what the judge and what the prosecutors have pointed out, and the judge spent some time in a settlement conference trying to explain this to the attorneys and to Meisner, and the attorneys understand it, is it doesn't matter. He's not charged with murder directly. He's charged with felony murder. And what that means is all they have to do is prove the kidnapping charge and that the murder occurred as part of that. And if they do that, he'll be sentenced to first-degree murder, as if convicted just on that alone. So it's a very risky strategy here, but I think what they're saying is they want in their eyes, a more reasonable plea agreement that reflects what they see as Meisner's lesser role in the death of Preston Lord.
So, Barry, where do we go from here then? Is there going to be a second offer made from prosecutors, or are we headed to trial for Mr. Meisner?
Well, I don't know. I mean, could there be a second offer? Absolutely. I mean, there can be offers right up to trial. There can be offers at trial. So there could be something else. But is the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, is Rachel Mitchell going to offer something lesser here? I don't know. There'd have to be an analysis of the likelihood of a conviction and what they think is right. Obviously, the County Attorney's Office recognizes that Meisner is not one of the top people who shares most of the guilt for Preston Lord's death. That's why they offered to plea this down to the lesser charges and then a manslaughter. They wouldn't do that if they thought Meisner was the main cause of the death. But that said, are they willing to drop the manslaughter part and just prosecute on the lesser charge? I don't know. At this point, I would guess not. They'll probably just go to trial with it. But you may also see Meisner and his attorneys come back and say, hey, we'll take the old plea agreement at some point later if they don't get something better.
Barry Markson is our KTAR legal analyst. As we talk about this, Jacob Meisner, he's 18 now, and he's one of the 7 that were charged with first-degree murder and kidnapping of Preston Lord, who was beaten to death at a Halloween party in October of 2023, and a horrific story that we've been following now for a while. Part of the Gilbert Goons saga that's played on. He's got a bit of past history with other goons as well. If there is another offer that is presented by the prosecution, Barry, is there anything we want to read into that? Can we read into their case being too strong or not strong enough? I mean, if they don't put forth another offer, do we go, oh, they got him? If they do put forth another offer that might be a sweeter deal for this guy, do we go, oh, that means that they're nervous? Do we read anything into that?
Yeah, I think we can. Or it could just be that the prosecutors looking at this, maybe listening to what the defense lawyer said and acknowledging, hey, if they were to offer a lesser plea, they might look at this and say, this is not a great kid, but should he be spending 12 years or 15 years in prison? And maybe they decide not based on his activity in this. The other Gilbert Goon who pled guilty a couple of months ago, he got, I think, a 12-year sentence. So, but I'll tell you, the Maricopa County Attorney's Office hasn't been dealing with this on a light basis. I mean, they did big charges. They've gone after these guys. I don't know that you're going to see another plea. I think they'll take him to trial. And to be frank with you, what Judge Fish told Meisner and his attorneys is true. You're facing a conviction based on the evidence that's here. Judge Fish is also there's a motion pending to whether Judge Fish is going to let in prior bad acts that Meisner had, similar type things where he kind of gooned it up and went and attacked people. Nobody died, but similar attacks. If that evidence comes in, That's awfully difficult to overcome. So Meisner's in a bad spot here. This plea agreement may have been his best opportunity, and he's rejecting it. But obviously, he doesn't want to have to spend 10 or 15 years in prison. He thinks he can do better.
Preston Lord defendant Jacob Meisner rejected a plea deal offered to him on Friday. Barry, you just mentioned William Owen Hines, the one Gilbert Goon who has accepted a deal. There's 5 more still out there. Is it logical to assume that all 5 of them are offered some type of deal, that some of them would be offered a deal in an attempt to get whoever the prosecutors feel is the most culpable here?
It's a good question, Joe, and we've talked about this in the past. Generally, the prosecutors are going to offer deals to those that face lesser charges or who had less involvement in the biggest part of the crime, in the murder. So, of the remaining 5, I assume 1 or 2 or 3 of them, or some of them, had a very big part in Preston Lord's death. They may not ever be offered a plea agreement, short of pleading to what they've been charged with. But could we see another plea agreement or 2 of the remaining defendants? Yeah, I think that's normal to plead them out. It's in many ways better for the victim's family to have some of these plead out. They could potentially be part of that could be them going to testify at the trial of the others. So I would not be surprised to see another 1, 2, 3 plea agreements. And also, I wouldn't be surprised to see some of them never receive a plea agreement and just go to trial on these charges.
All right, final question. Barry Markson, our KTAR legal analyst, as this kid rejects the plea offer that was made. If this does go to trial, only one has pled guilty, 5 others out there, and then if this guy goes to trial, does that benefit the others who may be trying to weigh their options, or, like you said, those ones that might not be offered a plea deal? Seems like then all of a sudden the prosecution is sort of showing their cards to the other potential defendants before they go to trial.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, my guess is the prosecutors are having discussions with all the lawyers in one way or another and making those determinations. If this goes to trial with multiple defendants, that can help prosecutors also, because it really gives a good picture to all of the jury of the extent of this and how violent it was. This was a bad crime, guys. We've been talking about it for a long time. Everybody knows that. This was very violent, very brutal. The jury's going to see that. The prosecutor's going to do a very nice job with it. And these defendants are they're in a very bad position. So I understand the desire to have a better plea agreement offered. They didn't get it. We'll see if that strategy works. But none of these defendants are coming at this from a position of strength. That's for sure.
KTAR legal expert Barry Markson joins us. Jacob Meisner and his attorneys reject the plea offer that was on the table for him. We'll see if they get another. We'll see what happens with the other 5 accused Gilbert Goons. Thank you so much, Barry.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Feeling sporty today? You will after you hear today's headline volley. You'll have a chance to recall your childhood sports heroes and get those lead pipe locks for some of the biggest events going on this week. Fear not, non-sports fans. There's also an age-old question on the table of whether or not you roll the dice with a jury of your peers. Would you? Find out next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
4 minutes. That's the amount of time it could take to do a complete scan at Lifeguard Imaging. No claustrophobic tube, no painful injections, just a few deep breaths. And I know all this because I just had one a few weeks ago, and I got that peace of mind. I'm cancer-free. No signs of heart disease for me. That can change, of course, and that's why Lifeguard Imaging is a part of my annual health program. The same way you go in for a physical, women get mammograms every year. Their full-body scan at Lifeguard can detect anything that changes from one year to the next. And that simple scan, it could save your life. It's time to make a promise to yourself and your loved ones to take control of your health. It's why the great team at Lifeguard Imaging, it's what they do with their high-accuracy CT scans. They can detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late. That gives you the time to take action and do something about it. You know about heart disease before you have a heart attack. Detect a deadly cancer before an awful late-stage diagnosis. Even with a healthy physical, there could be internal undetected issues. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. If not for yourself, do it for your loved ones. 602-483-4837. That's the number for you to call today. 602-483-4837. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call that phone number, 602-483-4837. It could save you or a loved one's life. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Tune in every Friday during Arizona's Morning News from 5 to 8 a.m. for KTAR's Consumer Voice, proudly sponsored by Arizona Central Credit Union. Tune in as we delve into fraud prevention and consumer protection issues affecting Arizona. Stay informed with the KTAR News team. We've got you covered. Make life simple with Arizona Central Credit Union. Local, trusted, and secure loans for mortgage, vehicles, business, and personal. Arizona Central Credit Union. You belong here. Federally insured by NCUA. Restrictions apply.
At Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and their students and faculty providers offer affordable, unhurried, and thorough therapy care. Experience the Midwestern difference for your family's physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, and clinical psychology services. In Glendale, just off the 101 on 59th Avenue. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Jamie West here with Chuck, one of the extraordinary residents at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. So what made you choose Beatitudes?
Several that we looked at. Beatitudes was the obvious winner. It was just a very warm and friendly place. It's a wonderful gift to give to your family to know that mom and dad are going to be well cared for. Everybody is caring. Can't say enough positive about it.
Find out how you can live boldly and brightly at beatitudescampus.org.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain. If you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, great focus. It'll boost your sex drive. If you have low T, go to redmountainweightloss.com and you can start for free right now this month. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Spend the day with Dad at Chase Field on Sunday, June 15th, and pick up a Father's Day polo shirt before the D-backs versus Padres matchup, courtesy of Budweiser.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Lawmakers in the Senate back in Washington today and at the top of their agenda, debating the sweeping budget and tax bill backed by the Trump administration. This bill aims to extend the 2017 tax cuts from President Trump's first term, as well as cutting food assistance programs and Medicaid. But the bill may face an uphill climb, as many Senate Republicans are concerned about various aspects of the bill. Here's more now from ABC's Jay O'Brien.
There are at least 8, if not 10, to watch out for who want some kind of sizable
changes, or at minimum, they are keeping an eye on potential changes to this legislation, which means you're going to have a process over the next few weeks where Senate Republicans rewrite this. They wrangle amongst themselves over what rewrites to make. And then John Thune has a serious test of whether or not he can get it over the goal line on the Senate floor.
And Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly is deeply concerned about how cuts to Medicaid under President Trump's big, beautiful bill would impact health care in Arizona. The Congressional Budget Office projects the cuts could leave more than 8 million Americans without health insurance by 2034. The Trump administration, however, maintains no one would lose coverage. June typically is the driest month of the year in the Valley, but you wouldn't know it after this weekend.
It's hard to stress how rare something like this is. Sky Harbor getting 0.2 of an inch of rain on Sunday, breaking the daily record 10 times over for June 1st, set back in 1914. Alex Young with the National Weather Service says conditions just came together to form a perfect storm.
It's just one of those things where the pattern just set up perfectly for once for this time of year. And, of course, that tropical system that we had that decayed and advected some moisture up here aided in that process to produce some of these impressive rain amounts for this time of year.
And don't get used to the colder weather. Young says it will most likely warm up quickly, with temps getting up into the triple digits by this weekend. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Yeah, we've got a closure. Here's John Roller now with more in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Right you are. We have a full closure in the North Valley this afternoon. The eastbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway closed right at 7th Avenue. This crash is under investigation. No estimated time of reopening, and that means we've got heavy slowing all the way back to the North Stack. If you are coming eastbound on the 101, may want to think about heading southbound on I-17 to try to get around this crash. Also, southbound I-17, the ramp to the eastbound 101 is also closed. A little bit of good news, that earlier crash southbound I-17 right near Bethany Home Road, that has cleared away. That back up looking much better. You're getting by just fine. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
69 the overnight low temp, just a slight chance of another little bit of a drizzle. 96 for the high tomorrow and 99 on Wednesday. It's 90 now in Maricopa. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Roundabout Roller, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
You let one get by you there?
Yeah, I missed it.
Prediction time, Chris. The Stanley Cup final begins on Wednesday between the Edmonton Oilers and Florida Panthers. It's a rematch of last year's Cup final, and the NBA Finals will tip off on Thursday this week between the Oklahoma City Thunder and Indiana Pacers. Who have you got in both series, and how many games?
Oilers in 6. I got Thunder in 5.
Oilers, 6. Thunder,
Yeah.
5.
Now, fun fact. The Oilers-Panthers rematch is the first rematch in the Stanley Cup Finals in, since forever.
Didn't the Red Wings and Penguins have...
Not back-to-back years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say...
Not back-to-back years.
15 or so years ago.
Yeah. They played the same people, right, in the finals, but not back-to-back years. And this is the first time in forever. I mean, not forever, but I mean...
Long
considering that is the oldest professional sports league we have in North America, it's something like, 40 years or something. I don't remember the exact number.
Pablo.
It's Lakers and Knicks.
Good call. Yeah.
Lakers and Knicks.
In how many games?
How many series is there? 4?
It's going to be a few years before they have that series.
And in hockey, was it the Mammoth?
Yep. Nope.
Seattle Kraken?
Yeah.
What is supposed to be in it? I don't know the
Pablo,
hockey
we're going to try
question.
again.
It's the McCracken.
Oilers and Panthers in hockey.
Are for what?
The Stanley Cup final.
For hockey.
Oh, for the championship. Okay.
Yes.
Oilers.
Okay.
How many games?
What city are the Oilers in?
L.A. Houston.
North,
Memphis.
Pablo. North. Go north.
Pennsylvania. That's not a
north
city.
of the border.
We are north. Phoenix, Arizona.
North of the border.
That is
Canada.
north.
Canada.
Oh, that frontera. Yeah,
Wrong border.
Yeah, wrong
Pablo.
border.
Man. All right, Edmonton. Go ahead. And then, so it's the Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers.
Yeah.
Edmonton.
Edmonton, of course. Canadian team.
And in baloncesto, Oklahoma City and
Oklahoma City. I like that.
And the Pacers.
I visited there once, so.
Okay.
there you go.
All right. That's good.
Sorry I messed that up, guys. I should pay more attention.
It was perfect. Just the way you did it.
Loved it.
Mm-hmm.
There is a new phrase that you need to know when you encounter an unemployed guy in their mid to upper 20s that still lives with their parents. The phrase stay-at-home son was added to the Urban Dictionary 18 years ago. It's an insult to be hurled at an unmotivated man-child. Lately, though, members of the generation that brought us quiet quitting and lazy girl jobs have embraced the label of stay-at-home son as an ironic badge of honor. Those who refuse to embrace adulting say their jobs and careers don't define them and that they reject the hustle culture that is prevalent today. Joe, at what age would you kick your kid out of the house? I'm asking, you're not a parent.
My fictional kid. First off, what's a lazy girl job? I'd never heard that term before.
What do I look like I know?
I don't know. You're a smart guy. Kick my fictional kid out.
Yeah.
That's a great Joe question.
Yeah.
I'm going to say 27.
All right. Unemployed, 27, you're kicking them out.
I mean, assuming they've lived with me the whole time, or have they lived elsewhere and then come back?
They're still at home, they're unemployed.
Yeah, no, if they've just stayed at home the whole time, hey, time to launch.
Okay.
If they have launched and failed and end up back with me, it's a different story. I might keep them for a year or two.
Lazy girl job is somebody who makes less money, but they have more free time, and then they have a chill life.
Is that like Roller? I think he's got a lazy girl job.
I think that's exactly what he has.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So 27.
Yeah.
Get out.
Uh-huh.
All right. Very good. Pablo?
I'm going to go earlier.
14.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah. How old were you, both of you guys? Let me add a little addendum to my question. How old were you the first time your parents told you needed to get a job?
17.
17. Joe?
You're going to make fun of me for this.
27.
No. My parents,
when they told me to get out?
No. Here's the thing. I had my first job when I was, probably 18.
Okay.
But my parents never really told me I had to get a job. I just did it.
Okay.
And then when I went away to ASU, I got a job working in the tutor center. They didn't tell me I had to have one. I just wanted to have a little extra money. So they never told me.
My pops was on me when I was 9.
Oh, man.
You need to start thinking about getting a job where you're going to work.
Holy cow. What were you supposed to do at 9?
I don't know. He was just like, you need to find something.
Hey, but he's of that generation.
He's like,
bro.
you can mow lawns. That's what he said.
Yeah.
I was 12 and I had a paper route. And he was like, he says, I'm glad to see you working.
Nice.
Yeah, that's good.
Mow lawn. You're 12 years old. You're running a gas combustible
I was
engine?
9 when they taught me how to mow the lawn. I was 9 years old pushing a lawnmower out there.
Your parents' yard or other people's?
My parents and my grandparents.
So would they pay you for it?
Grandparents would pay me for it.
But mom and dad, no.
It was about half and half. They paid me sometimes they felt generous. Other times they said, you need to do that.
Huh.
You got to do
It's a pretty lousy job. You did the work and you didn't get paid for it?
No.
Huh.
You need to do that.
It was a chore?
It was a chore.
Okay.
Sometimes it was a chore. Sometimes they paid me for it.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Back to you, Joe.
So we talked about this, but I didn't throw the question your way.
Okay.
The plea deal for Jacob Meisner. Obviously, his attorneys say they're not going to take the deal that was put on the table for Meisner to spend 7 to 21 years in prison if he pleaded guilty to manslaughter and aggravated robbery. I want to know if you had the deal on the table, you taking it? Or are you putting your fate in the hands of the jury?
So the tough thing about this is if you missed our last segment, Meisner, I don't think Meisner thinks that he was a participant in the murder of Preston Lord.
21 eyewitnesses, only 4 have said that he played a role in it. But then there is also...
But he was part of the whole group that cornered him, and he was part of the group that stole the necklace in the first place.
There's some text messages. He's on tape singing a song talking about how
I just killed a guy.
an expletive is the term. Yeah, I just killed an expletive tonight. He don't know me, according to a filming.
I think that's what I said.
Yeah.
So there's the issue. If I didn't think, oh boy. So my biggest issue with him is that it does not appear that he has a conscience about this. It appears he's still trying to get away with something, right? There's a great show on Apple TV that just wrapped up its first season yesterday. It had John Hamm. It's called Your Friends and Neighbors. And in this, spoiler alert, he is a crook, but then he's accused of murder, and then he's framed for murder, and they want him to take a plea deal. And he says, but I didn't kill the guy. And they said, well, then why was your DNA at the house and all this stuff? Well, it turns out he was breaking into the house, right? So, like, he did not want to plea, and then eventually he starts thinking maybe I should just take the deal because I'm going to get buried if I don't, and he certainly doesn't want to tell everybody else the reason he was in the house in the first place was to rob the joint because he had done a bunch of other ones. All that to say, if I were this kid, I think I would take the plea deal because I'm the kind that owns up to when I do something wrong and I get caught. I think he's trying to avoid doing any jail time. I think he is still of the opinion that he's above the law, which we've seen in the other cases where he has been a Gilbert Goon beating people up without any sort of...
Got probation.
Yeah, gets probation. So I think he's trying to get away with something. If it were me, I would probably plead guilty, but I'm not him and I don't know what he knows. And I want to make that clear too, right?
Right.
Fair?
That's
Pablo?
fair. That sounds fair.
I mean, you're the kind of guy that owns up to your...
Yeah,
you get caught, you own up to it, right?
I'll take the plea.
Especially because it's manslaughter instead of murder one.
Yeah. Like, I'm not, it's not proud to say it's just by relation, but I may have family members that, that have taken the plea, and it worked out better.
Take the plea.
Yep.
Yeah. Start the process of putting it behind you. That's kind of where I am on that. All right. If you're like Joe, I have a good news, bad news situation for you. Turns out you might be slowly killing your brain, but only if you're smart. Dumb people, you're going to need to hear this one. It's why you might be doing things righter than Mr. Smarty Pants next to you. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, we were talking earlier in the first hour. I'd highly encourage you to grab the podcast. We were talking about the home prices. Home prices are starting to come down, which means we may start seeing people jump off the sidelines and start getting into those homes. If you've been on the sidelines waiting for your dream home to hit the market, it may be there. And if your dream home's on the market, but you're waiting for the price to come down, it might be coming down, which means you want to be able to act fast. You don't want to be waiting for your house to sell before you can possibly put in an offer on that dream home. This is where you want to get with Orchard. Orchard's got a move first, sell later program. So all of a sudden you're watching your websites, right? And then you see price drops in the house you want. You got to be able to go now. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy that dream home, that you're into that new dream home on your time. There's no waitings. There's no showings on your place. There's no double moves. There's none of that other stuff. Orchard experts then take over. They'll take care of repairs on the house that you're in right now, and they make price-boosting upgrades. And when they're done, they sell your home for top dollar. You get cash up front, and if they sell your home for more than the cash they gave you to begin with, you're going to get a second check. Doesn't get better than that. Orchard's Move First program giving you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first. And then sell the whole home later. Find out how much your home is worth. Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 or 5 years, costing you more and more money. But with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. Your home will always look like it's been freshly painted, guaranteed. No kidding. So, if you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate and ask about their ceramic technology and its ability to reduce your cooling costs. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you to receive 15% off the regular price. Call 487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
It's Gatos, and I'm hanging out with Cynthia and Leo. 25 years married. They do everything together, including going to Aria Dental Implant Center. What's the one joy you're experiencing now that you didn't get to experience before Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center?
Couldn't eat all the foods that I can eat now. Corn in the cob.
How about steak?
Oh, yeah.
Now you're having a juicy steak?
Now I'm going all out.
The foods that I was missing out on was your harder to chew foods.
Yeah.
Steak, apples. Those were the things that came back into my life.
So those are little things that you take for granted of not be able to have. And then once you get a set of teeth, all that, man, it's like, oh, look what I've been missing. I should have did this a long time ago.
Do what Cynthia and Leo did. They got their teeth fixed. They got brand new teeth. They're eating steak now. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center. It's spelled ARIA. Tell them Gato sent you free consultation. Aria Dental Implant Center. Now let's go eat some beef.
Let's do it.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:48. I'm Becky Lynn. This is what you need to know right now. Criminal charges have been unveiled against the suspect in the Boulder, Colorado flamethrower attack. 45-year-old Mohammed Solomon now faces a federal hate crime charge and 16 counts of attempted murder in the first degree from the state in Sunday's attack. During a press conference today, Boulder District Attorney Michael Doherty says those 16 attempted murder charges could add up to hundreds of years behind bars for the suspect.
The defendant's convicted, and those counts are running consecutive to one another. He would face a maximum of 384 years in state prison.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Still got a closure. Let's see how it looks right now. Get the latest with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Yeah, the afternoon drive is underway, and we are seeing heavy slowing in the North Valley, all due to a crash that has closed down the eastbound lanes of the Loop 101 Pima Freeway right at 7th Avenue. And if you are coming eastbound on the 101, may want to think about maybe dropping south on the I-17 to get around this crash. And also now seeing some slowing on the southbound I-17 up at the North Stack as you head westbound on the 101, and that'll stay with you all the way to 67th Avenue. And right now we do have the ramp from the southbound 17 to the eastbound 101 also closed this afternoon due to this crash. Traffic is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Bruce St. James at the Mesa AMC Theater June the 14th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink. John Roller, KTAR News.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Here's a definition of a win-win situation. Getting your windshield repaired or replaced and getting a guarantee of up to $375 cash back in your pocket. Time for you to check out New Vision Auto Glass. See clearly, drive safely. See what I did there? Give them a call at 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com to see what kind of incentives and cash back you qualify for. Look, the valley heat, potholes, flying rocks, it's only a matter of time until your windshield gets cracked or chipped. So why not get the experts to come to you? Repair or replace your windshield. Give you instant cash back of up to $375 and give you dinner from Radisho Grill. Wait, hold up. 30 seconds, $375, new windshield, dinner. You know what? I was wrong. It's not a win-win situation. It's a win-win-win-win. And it all starts with calling 480-210-9090 or going to newvisionautoglass.com, taking 30 seconds to fill out a form to get cash in your pocket, repair, replace your windshield, dinner at Rodisio Grill, and peace of mind. To me, the choice is clear. New Vision Auto Glass, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with a perfect plan to ensure everyone's well-fed and happy. Grad party, office celebration, family reunion. Invite Venencia's to the table. Text catering to 411-24/7. That's catering to 411-247 or Venencias.com.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
And, of course, streaming live on the KTAR YouTube channel, which is also what you find on our website, KTAR.com.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow on the Chris and Joe Show, a year away from the primary election of the governor's race, and the front-runners are pulling out all the stops. The latest campaign promise from one of them might sound like a great idea to the base, but what are the odds the candidate can keep it?
You'll find out who's promising you more in your paycheck and why that doesn't mean more in your savings account on the next Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Bruce St. James from Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Joining us. Nailed it.
Jason Brudos.
Joining us in the studio right now. That tease felt wordy, didn't it? Felt like
I think
you
could have cleaned it up and done a lot better job.
I told Joe that. I said, Joe, this is a very wordy
really
tease. Make sure you read this before we get in.
Workshopped it.
That's what I should have done. Yeah. Andy Biggs says he's going to get rid of, I'm giving away tomorrow's show.
Yeah. Income tax.
Andy Biggs says he's going to get rid of income tax.
Yeah.
So.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
Yep.
I see that happening.
I don't see how that happens.
Yep. I see that happening. What a great promise.
Chicken in every pot. And,
Absolutely.
Yeah. No income tax.
You can have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah. I'm fine with no income tax, by the way. I don't have a problem with that.
No.
I just want to hear what government are you going to get rid of then? I'm for smaller government. Let's get that out of the way.
Yeah.
So just tell me what you're going to get rid of.
Yeah.
That's all.
Because government's a three-legged stool, right? You got property tax, income tax, and sales tax.
Right.
So
the problem is people want free stuff from the government. They don't want to pay for free stuff from the government. I want to take things away, believe me, and pay less. I want both.
I know. Bruce is one of these guys that just hates when he sees cops on the road because he knows that
there's too many of them.
There's a chance they might pull him over, but they don't.
And all that paving of roads.
I know. Dirt. I mean, you're a dirt racer, right?
I can handle a few potholes along the way.
What do you have going on today, starting at 4?
Gatos is back.
The
America's long national nightmare is over.
That's right.
It's been 2 weeks. Gatos is back. And you got to hear his story of spending a night in a 300-year-old castle.
The best thing about Gatos is every time he goes on vacation, he comes back with just a tremendous story.
I thought he spent every night in a 300-year-old castle.
Not everyone.
Okay.
Not everyone.
This one was unique. I'm not the one giving it away.
I hope there's ghosts. I hope there's ghosts.
Ghosts.
All right.
I hope there's a beheading or something.
Yes. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. All right. Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos starts at 4 o'clock. Joe Huizinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, that's me, Chris. Where were you on that one?
Go, sir. Go.
Hey, I'm just a little overwhelmed because it's summer. You know, we got these triple digits out there now. And with summer, though, it's time to get moving. Imagine those pain-free walks on the beach, hiking in the mountains, and backyard barbecues. Those are all pretty nice, right? Not like the, stifling heat that it just cripples your brain sometimes. You're always on the go, and your body deserves... Don't look at me like that. You're always on the go, and your body deserves a break. That's why you need to check out the Good Feet store's personalized art supports. They're designed to relieve foot, knee, hip, and back pain so you can live it up this summer. I've got them in my shoes right now. Dealt with plantar fasciitis in the back of my heels for months, and it was the worst. Thanks to my Good Feet personalized art supports, I have relief. You deserve it too. Good Feet are proven to provide significant pain relief in just 4 weeks, and they're HSA, FSA eligible. Book your free fitting at goodfeet.com or walk into any of the 5 Valley Good Feet stores in Scottsdale, Ahwatukee, Goodyear, Gilbert, or Glendale, and enjoy summer to the fullest. Goodfeet.com. Good feet, good life.
Mike Broomhead.
Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan is in studio with me. If there is going to be an increase in funds in your agency, how is it going to be spent?
Deputies and detention officers historically get behind the power curve when it comes to funding. So they're going to give pretty significant pay raises to deputy sheriffs and detention officers. So that is very significant.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app. Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if you could use your home equity to pay off your debt without monthly payments, so you could focus on reaching your other financial goals? With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you can. Get access to your home equity in cash, get closer to financial freedom, and get more out of life. Learn more and see if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Get access to your home equity in cash. Visit HomeTap.com to apply in minutes. That's HomeTap.com.
Every summer across the valley, hundreds of our homeless neighbors die because of the heat. This is tragic, and it is preventable. None of us can stop the heat, but together we can save lives. With incredible partners like you, Phoenix Rescue Mission is able to provide life-saving water and critical care to our neighbors in need. Join us this summer and make a difference. Learn more at phoenixrescuemission.org/code-red.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful, new, energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides solar zone sun shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 4:01. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes.
The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors is putting county money where their mouth is. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live in the News Center to tell us about the investment.
The Board of Supervisors broke ground on a new election center in an effort to improve election administration and build trust among voters. Architect Hans Papke with DLR Group explains the building was designed with a focus on security and transparency.
And we did that, I think, with the life of the ballot on the second floor and allowing certain zones to be very secure zones, but then allowing the public to see into those secure zones. So there's a lot of transparency once you're inside the building that allows you to look into the space.
The election center includes more square footage for signature verification, ballot tabulation, and training areas for temporary election workers. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And this new Maricopa County Election Center is set to open ahead of the 2028 presidential election. There was a brick-breaking ceremony that kicked off major renovations for Mesa Police Headquarters this morning. Mesa Mayor Mark Freeman says the renovations will elevate the city of Mesa and build a connection with the community.
Having community members know that this is a safe place, that our police department reaches out to them. We want community input so that policing becomes better and stronger within our community.
Construction expected to be complete early 2027. If you'd like information on relocated services during the renovation, you can find that at mesanow.org. And Apache Junction police officers in critical condition and a suspect's been hospitalized after a shooting this morning. Apache Junction Police Commander Cindy Ewer says officers responded to a call near Ironwood and Ray Roads of a man brandishing a gun from a car. The suspect fled when approached, and Ewer says he did not follow police instructions.
We attempted less lethal ammunitions towards him to try to gain compliance. At that time, he brandished his firearms and fired at police officers. They returned fire, striking him, as well as one of our officers was struck by his gunfire towards us.
The officer was taken to a nearby hospital with life-threatening injuries and is now in critical condition. Police add the suspect was in surgery, but they did not share any further information. As President Trump's big, beautiful bill makes its way through the Senate this week, one of Arizona's U.S. senators is worried about what it could mean for Arizonans who rely on Medicaid.
Senator Mark Kelly in the Valley visiting a skilled nursing facility, learning how potential Medicaid cuts could impact Arizona patients and healthcare workers. Kelly calls the proposed funding cuts short-sighted.
They talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. Yeah, there are ways to make things more efficient, but taking away health care from people who can't afford it, to give a big tax cut to the wealthiest in our country, millionaires and billionaires, is just bad policy.
The Congressional Budget Office projects the cuts could leave more than 8 million Americans without health insurance by 2034, though the Trump administration denies this claim, insisting no one would lose coverage. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Well, as we get the afternoon ride off and moving, there's going to be a big trouble spot. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Still have that full closure of the eastbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway. This crash happened right at 7th Avenue, and all lanes have been closed for some time now. However, we are getting some scanner chatter. Looks like DPS may be getting ready to open that up momentarily. We'll keep an ear out for that. Also, the southbound I-17 transition ramp to the eastbound 101 still closed, but that too may be opening up shortly. Also working a crash this afternoon in Chandler, Alma School Road and Fry, just south of Chandler Boulevard, and a crash at Ray Road and Dobson. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight, low temp around 69. Just a very slight chance we could see a few more sprinkles here in the valley. For tomorrow, 96 for high and 99 on Wednesday. Currently in Scottsdale, it's 86 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, our #1.
Look at that. I was worried you'd even remember how to do it. Because, even while you were gone, a lot of people were talking about our #1. It's one of the best hours.
A lot of people say it's one of the best hours.
I've heard rumors.
They did say it wasn't quite as good since you weren't here.
Becky Lynn missed you.
Well, I missed you guys, kind of.
Kind of.
Nice qualifier.
I've been here for almost 27 years, and I've never taken 2 weeks off in the middle of the year.
In a row.
Yeah. So I went to Ireland and Scotland.
Okay.
My wife and I and 3 other couples, and we toured all around. And at 5:30, I must bring this up.
Oh, boy.
I decided last minute I would talk about it.
Yeah.
You know, there are a lot of churches and a lot of castles and all this kind of
everywhere.
stuff over there.
Can't throw a rock without hitting one.
There was an incident in a castle.
An incident?
I had an incident in a castle.
In a castle.
And I'll talk about it at 5:30.
Okay.
And then I may be gone for another couple of weeks. just to be completely
recover from it. Okay.
Oh, I can't wait.
I know.
Fantastic.
I do want to say one thing. It is great to be back. We are going to do a lot this month with hunger.
Yes.
St. Mary's Food Bank. We're going to feed people for the next month. We're excited about it. You're going to hear all about it. We're going to talk about it in a little while.
Yeah.
So stay tuned for that. We need your help.
Without a doubt.
We're going to feed thousands of people.
Yeah. Especially over the summer, difficult time for a lot of folks.
Very difficult.
All right.
All right.
We got to start with, and I think we'd be remiss if we didn't touch on the terror attack in Boulder, Colorado that happened over the weekend, where a man with described as a makeshift flamethrower or blowtorch literally tried to kill a large number of people by using this flamethrower and burned people in something, it's just full-blown crazy.
Well, he's trying to kill Jews.
Yeah, specifically, yeah. It was a pro-Israel march or event that was going on in Boulder, in a like a city square.
Correct.
And this guy, Egyptian, was in the country illegally.
Yeah. So, yeah. I did a little homework on this guy.
Oh, okay.
Because, over the many years, the Biden years, we talked about the border, how everyone walked over it. We talked about people from all different countries deciding, okay,
all over the world.
I'm just gonna make some BS story up and claim asylum. That's not how this guy got here.
He didn't sneak across the border?
He didn't sneak across the border. That doesn't make the story any better, though.
It certainly doesn't absolve him of responsibility, yeah.
So how did he get here? Because I think that's one of the questions that people want to know.
That's fair.
Okay, how did he get here?
Right.
And, did we do any research on this guy? Like, I know that people are talking about, like Harvard, right? Or Columbia, and how, America brings kids in here to learn
and educate
them, and they go to some of these schools for a year or two.
Yeah.
And what we've seen over the last few years is this free Palestine stuff that we're gonna make a tent and we're gonna not gonna let anybody go to class, and some of those kids are from another country.
Sure.
So my thing is, did we do any research on anybody?
Okay.
Okay. So here's what I found out. Okay, because was he here illegally? The answer is yes. But how did he get here? He's from Egypt.
Yep.
And he is in the U.S., according to DHS, illegally. So how did he get here? As we said, it wasn't through the border.
No.
It was
and the vast majority of people in this country illegally did not sneak across a border.
What usually happens is they overstay a visa.
Correct.
That's been happening for years. But I think it's it's obvious to say more people came over the last 3.5 years than maybe ever before.
I don't know if more overstayed visas.
I don't know that.
I don't know the number.
I'm talking about the border. So he came through LAX in 2022.
He was here he came as a tourist, right?
Temporary visitor visa.
Okay.
It's a B2.
All right.
He overstayed it.
Okay.
When it expired in February of 2023. So then he says, okay, I want to stay here longer.
Yes.
He applied for all this stuff.
He applied for asylum.
Legal permanent residence status denied. Parole status denied. And I don't know at this point if we think that this guy is a killer or we know who he is. Or
he has no criminal background.
That is true, too.
So I don't think there was any red flags from that standpoint.
Right. So here's where we find out he's here illegally. He reapplied for work authorization in March of 2023, and we said yes.
So you can stay here on a work visa.
From March of 2023 to the end of March 2025.
A two-year visa, work visa.
So is he here illegally? He sure is.
His visa expired March 28th of this year.
So I think it goes without saying.
But the only way that you leave is if you voluntarily leave when your visa expires.
How can that be? That's
the system.
But I don't get that. If we know that your visa has expired, why aren't we going and knocking on your door?
Yeah.
Because you aren't supposed to be here.
No.
We're not saying you're a criminal.
But we're
just saying your visa's gone.
Tourist, student, and work visas that people overstay their visa, right?
Right. So there are people saying, okay, well, then he shouldn't have been in this country. And you're right. He shouldn't have been in this country. One of the questions I have is, should we have known that he had such? Was there a red flag that we didn't see, that he had such hatred in his heart for Jews?
I've not seen anything
that I don't know,
other than he had been planning this for a while, maybe up to a year.
Right.
But
so basically, he threw Molotov cocktails and set people on fire, and that happened in America,
in Boulder, Colorado.
It's hard to believe. But we shouldn't be surprised.
There is no information as of right now that he had a criminal background or was known to authorities for any reason, for example. That I haven't seen anything that he was on any sort of a radar.
Right.
You know, you mentioned red flags.
I mean, I don't know if we could have seen this coming, because when we allow people to come here, and I use the example of the Ivy League schools. Do we even look at their Facebook pages or their social media? Because we should. And if we see something that is completely anti-American, or if this guy went on and said, I can't wait to go to America and kill a bunch of Jewish people, well, you don't get to come here.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get to come here.
And I don't think
that disqualifies you.
I haven't seen anything that says that, right?
Right. But I know that we're going to find something after looking into this guy's background. Not that he's a killer, because I don't know. Maybe over the many years, hatred got into his heart, and he decided that he was going to become part of the Free Palestine movement, and he was going to take it into his own hands and set people on fire. But I just think, are we really doing enough background checks? You know, okay, he didn't have a record, but what did he say on social media? I don't know. Maybe there was something heinous, and we should have spotted it years ago.
But is this along the lines of, we always hear when there's a mass shooting or a school shooting?
There's always a red flag.
But you know, the point is, but we couldn't do anything until they pulled the trigger. You know what I'm saying? Like, just saying, gee, I don't like these people isn't enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and we hear that the president is knocking on doors and going after people, and, you know, okay, well, I'm not going to sit here and point blame at Trump or Biden. I mean, maybe Biden, because I guess they let him stay here, but I don't know. But how do we instead of always focusing on the border, which I like focusing on the border. I think the border is a lot better now under Trump. But how do we get the people who have overstayed their visa out of the country? Because we can't say that they're all like this guy, because that's not fair.
Yeah.
But there are going to be some that are like this guy.
Of course.
And do we have a system?
Some of the people, though,
do we have a system that says, okay, this guy was supposed to be gone in March?
Yeah.
Well, maybe we knock on his door and we show him the door and say, thanks for being here. We appreciate it, but it's time for you to go, because that's the law.
I think it's a manpower issue. Like, how do you knock on that many doors? Like, every day you have to imagine there are visas expiring, right?
Yeah.
Like, every day.
Right.
Whether it's a student visa, a tourist visa. And then what is the system like if somebody comes here on a tourist visa? They land at Sky Harbor from wherever.
Right.
And they just don't leave it. Like, how long until somebody goes, hey, where'd that person go? Like, I have no idea how that system works. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, I think you're right. It's a manpower thing.
Who keeps track of them if you said you came here to see the Grand Canyon and 3 years later we're like, hey, did they ever leave?
Yeah. I don't think there's a good solution to this.
Right.
The guy had 16 unused Molotov cocktails.
It could have been much worse. He only used a small amount of the flammable Molotovs, flamethrower, torch, whatever you want to call it, that he had on his persons.
Yeah.
So again, as bad as it was, it could have been much worse.
And it just shows that anti-Semitism in this country is out of control. It is out of control. absolutely crazy. What's happening on college campuses, what happened in Boulder. When I was overseas in Dublin, walked out of my hotel, first thing, massive parade of people, miles long, free Palestine.
That doesn't make you anti-Semitic.
It could.
I
certainly
think
could.
By the way, if I'm anti-Semitic then because I think Israel makes lots of mistakes and Israel should be doing something different.
I think they make some mistakes too.
And I think Palestinians deserve to not die.
I'm going to decide. I'm not going to go with Hamas and the terrorists.
That's fine. Yeah. But I criticize Israel all the time. And if that makes you anti-Semitic, okay, I'll take that. I own that proudly. Hey, Phoenix broke a record yesterday. And finally, it wasn't about the heat. We'll talk about it coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Hey, I want you to light up your house with AZ Trim Light. And I'm telling you right now, biggest savings of the year this month. We're in a new month. It's June. It's June. I will tell you when I will be using my AZ Trim Lights. Here it is. We got the 4th of July coming up. Maybe you're going to have a big party. Maybe you're going to have a barbecue. Get the lights before the 4th of July. These are permanent lights that go on the trim of your home. And all you have to do is go to a user-friendly app that AZ Trim Light provides for you, and you hit the button that says the 4th of July, your lights are red, white, and blue. It's so cool. Imagine family members coming over, parking in your driveway and on your street and seeing the red, white, and the blue. It is awesome. All right? And remember, as I always say, I like to go big at Christmas. Those lights come in real handy. You don't have to get on a ladder. You don't have to get up on the roof. You don't have to do anything. So all you have to do is go to aztrimlight.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. As the summer travel season begins, the CDC is issuing a new travel warning for Americans of measles as cases top more than 1,000. Meanwhile, new research from Johns Hopkins University shows that for more than 2/3 of counties in the U.S., there's been a notable decline in childhood measles, mumps, and rubella vaccination rates over the last 5 years. In fact, the data shows 78% of surveyed counties, or 1,614, reported a decrease in vaccination rates, with the average vaccination rate falling from 93.92% pre-pandemic to 91.26% post-pandemic, according to the report. ABC News medical correspondent Dr. Darian Sutton discusses the widespread impact of this current outbreak.
These numbers are actually quite astonishing. It's the second highest number of cases, the annual case rate that we've seen in close to 25 years. The first time, if you remember, was in 2019. That was about 1,200 cases. We've surpassed 1,000, and we're only halfway through the year. So we're likely past that number and have the highest number of cases in over 25 years.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, you can go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Let's check out our afternoon troubles. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. We've got some good news. The eastbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway back open. We had that crash that shut everything down right at 7th Avenue, but ADOT and DPS letting us know that those lanes are back open, so that will help with the eastbound traffic right at the north stack there. That was causing some slowing there as well, and also the northbound I-17 ramp to the eastbound 101 opening back up. So good news in the North Valley. This report, 79th Avenue north of Bell Road. We've got a crash there and a crash at 59th Avenue and the I-10. Traffic is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Mike Broomhead at the Arrowhead AMC Theater June the 12th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink. John Roller, KTAR News. Back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Appreciate it, Roller. And this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker. It seems like the only time we talk about weather records, it's Phoenix either breaking a temperature record for the day or the earliest it's hit 100 or some sort of crazy thing like that. But Gatos yesterday, in honor of you returning from Great Britain, from the UK Isles.
From one of the most rainy places
literally
you will ever go, Ireland and Scotland.
It's like a rainforest.
Yeah, it didn't rain.
Really?
I mean, it rained off and on here and there.
But not a lot.
But I will tell you,
yesterday,
I was supposed to expect in Ireland and Scotland Rain all the time.
Bring your galoshes.
Yes.
Your wellies.
What do they call those? Rubbers, right?
Yes.
You put the rubbers on your feet. Right?
Yes,
so
you put them on your feet. Thank you.
Don't get all wet.
Yeah, get moist.
Yeah. And so we really didn't see a lot of rain in the 2 weeks I was over there.
Good for you.
Come back to Phoenix.
Oh,
and,
my Lanta.
oh, my gosh. It rained like it should have in Ireland and Scotland.
We actually set
crazy.
Set a record, if you can imagine that.
What
we
was
set a rain record for the date.
Fantastic.
Isn't that crazy?
So, like, it didn't rain like this in over 100 years on June 1st.
Yeah.
I want to understand.
It doesn't rain. In other words, it never rained on June 1st, basically.
Like, never.
and it rained a lot.
That's why I told you, global warming, preposterous.
So we're going to have, what, global wedding?
I don't know. Becky Lynn, what's the temperature today? Because, it's June.
Nice out.
Not even 90.
Yeah. Oh,
really.
This.
It is a little humid, though. I'm going to throw that out there.
Yes, that's true.
This global warming is a real problem.
Don't worry. It'll be hot.
It's 88 at Sky Harbor
only
right
88.
now. Yeah.
And that's where the planes are, Gatos.
Yes.
That
How
means
about that?
where I live, it's only like 81.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So you're going to laugh a little bit. We didn't get that much out in my hood.
Okay.
Gold Canyon adjacent out there in the East Valley. We got a little bit. I mean, it sprinkled a little bit, rained a little bit, but it was nothing like what I saw, Surprise, Glendale.
Talking like an inch of rain.
Almost in Deer Valley.
West Valley
got
big.
Verrado. They got tons of rain.
Yeah. Let's see.
We got a smattering. But I could see it coming. Believe me, I looked outside and I was like, ooh, something wicked this way comes.
Scottsdale got it. Chandler didn't really get much. Central Phoenix got about quarter of an inch.
East Valley, just,
But I'll tell you, this is what I think everybody's talking about today. Everybody woke up in the middle of the night and took a video.
Wait, did it really rain? If you didn't put it on Instagram, did it rain?
I honest to God, that's what I think. I think, and by the way, I'm one of them, and so is my wife. But
was it a thunderstorm? Is it woke you up
we
that
had
way?
a thunderstorm.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Thunderstorm, lightning, pouring rain. And the funniest thing is you got to go out and take a video. You got to go out. You got to put the light on.
It just happens so infrequently.
Flipping around in your backyard. Look at that tree blowing away.
Really?
You know what the best part of it was, though, yesterday, to me? We got a little bit of rain, a little bit of thunderstorm, but it was the gray, cloudy skies, the cooler temperature.
It was a little cooler.
It just felt so good.
Yeah, we're going to get pummeled, though, because it is June. As I've always said, June is the hottest month.
Right.
We will have the hottest temperatures in June. That is usually what happens. If we're going to hit the 120, it's most likely going to be in June. If we're going to hit 117, it's most likely going to be in June. But a nice way to start June. Couple days in.
Let's not argue.
This weather is fantastic.
And just whatever you do, don't look at next week.
No.
Okay, just don't even live in the now, people.
But don't you think that people are tired today? People are dragging their rear ends
because
they
it
all
woke them up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They all had their sleep interrupted.
There's no question.
It just doesn't happen that often.
I don't remember it raining this hard for a year.
It was that big.
I think the last time it rained like this was last August.
I feel like I have a dome over my house. Like I just don't get the kind of rain that everybody talks about. I don't get
I'll
it.
text you.
Will you?
Middle of the night.
Please. And send me a video.
No.
Of what rain looks like.
Say, come over to the house.
Come over.
Make sure we'll have a sleepover.
Deal.
Bring your PJs with the footies.
Oh, the only kind.
We'll make some popcorn, and it'll be 3 in the morning.
And
we'll
watch
it rain, Bruce.
Sounds like a deal, Gatos. Great to have you back with us.
Thank you very much. And by the way, hey, Megan McCain in a half hour.
Coming up at 5. You can't miss that. And then up next, artificial intelligence. We got people out there, the smarty pants, saying it's going to be a boon to jobs. But is it only jobs for the nerds? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Put Amazing Arizonans with Mike Broomhead in your summer road trip playlist.
We've had Jerry Colangelo, the late Al McCoy, former Governor Ducey, former Governor Brewer, former Senator John Kyle. So there have been political people in there, but their stories and personal stories of success have been amazing.
Mike Broomhead sits down with some of the most interesting people who happen to live in our great state on the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
Anywhere really that you download podcasts, you can find the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
Hey, at Aria Dental Implant Center, they believe that you deserve a smile that you are proud of. So, do you have broken teeth? Have you had teeth that have been missing for years? and you're like, I don't like the way I look. I can't eat anything good. I miss the taste of steak. I miss the taste of whatever it is, chicken, or having a brat, at a restaurant or what have you. So here's the deal. When you go to Aria Dental Implant Center, you're going to have perfect teeth again. You're going to be able to eat whatever you want again, and you'll be able to smile whenever you want again. And at Aria, I always say this, Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. And Dr. Joe is going to take great care of you, over 20 years of dental implant experience. So go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Tom Gato sent you.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now, because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town, with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. After one person was sentenced, the next person accused of killing Preston Lord is back in court this month. KTAR's Ballin Over Stoles is live in the news center with more.
Jacob Meisner is accused of taking part in the group attack that killed Valley teen Preston Lord in 2023. Last week, he turned down a plea deal that could have lowered his potential prison sentence, but KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson says as Meisner's defense argues he did not kill Lord directly, it may not make a difference.
It doesn't matter. He's not charged with murder directly. He's charged with felony murder. All they have to do is prove the kidnapping charge and that the murder occurred as part of that. And if they do that, he'll be sentenced to first-degree murder.
And Markson adds Meisner's defense may also be waiting out for a better plea deal than what was originally offered, which lowered the murder charge to manslaughter, and that could be offered June 20th. Live in the news center, Ballin Over Stoles, KTAR News.
An Apache Junction police officer and a suspect are in the hospital after allegedly exchanging gunfire near Ironwood and Ray Roads. Faye Fredericks with our TV partner at ABC 15 explains what police say led up to the shooting.
Police now tell us it happened after they confronted a man suspected of pointing a gun at others. Investigators say he ignored police, then shot an officer who fired back.
The officer was transported to the hospital with life-threatening injuries and is in critical condition, but police did not share information on the suspect's status other than that he was in surgery. In Colorado, 2 people remain in critical condition after Sunday's firebomb attack in Boulder. That suspect now facing federal and state charges.
The suspect, 45-year-old Muhammad Sabri Solomon, appearing in court late today, now facing 16 charges of attempted murder, as well as federal hate crime charges. Authorities say the suspect dressed as a gardener to avoid looking suspicious Sunday when he yelled, "Free Palestine," and tossed 2 Molotov cocktails into a crowd peacefully marching.
That's ABC's Mola Lenge. Let's check on traffic now with John Roller, who is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. The good news, we've cleared away that crash which had the eastbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway closed right at 7th Avenue. That is back open, as are the transition ramps from the I-17 to both the westbound 101 and the eastbound 101. We do have a new crash, not where we needed one, westbound Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway. This is right at the 24th Street off-ramp. Not a good spot. I'm taking a look at this. Lean to the left to get around that, and the rampway is just now opening back up after this crash. So there is a backup coming westbound on the 202. 20th Street in Camelback, we've got a crash there and a crash at 43rd Avenue and Bell Road. Excuse me. Traffic is brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try a burrito box today. 10 burritos for $49.95. For additional details, visit carolinasmexicanfood.com/KTAR. John Roller, KTAR News.
We're going to be warming up little by little the rest of the week. Tonight's low 69, tomorrow's high 96, 99 by Wednesday, and by Thursday we could see 100. It's 89 though right now in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Arizona Cardinals take 275 high school students to Washington, D.C. The owner, Michael Bidwill, tells us why on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9:15.
Hey, before we get back to it.
Yes.
Our condolences to our friend Preston Westmoreland.
God, this is heartbreaking.
Preston Westmoreland was here at KTAR for decades, did afternoon drive for decades. If there's a Mount Rushmore for KTAR, he is on it. And his wife, Nancy, passed away, I believe, at the age of 90.
Yeah.
And he put it on Facebook, and I know that you mentioned something to him. Yeah. I said something to him. He's one of the all-time great guys.
Wonderful, wonderful man.
And I'll tell
a wonderful lady.
A wonderful lady.
Yeah.
You know, when she came in to the office, always so nice, always wanted to know how everybody is doing. And she'll be missed.
Yeah.
I like to call her kind of she was like the first lady of KTAR.
Yeah. Well, listen, there are plenty of people that remember Preston Westmoreland and what he did and how he was a part of their lives for so long here.
So Prestoni, as I used to call him, we love you, man, and we know you're going through a tough time. And Bruce and I just wanted to say that we're so sorry that your wife has passed, and she was a wonderful, wonderful lady.
Certainly thinking of Preston and the rest of the family.
No doubt.
Good point. We've heard a lot of talk, and you and I have had conversations about artificial intelligence disrupting jobs in some way, shape, or form, right? Certain jobs are going to disappear. AI is just going to be able to do them better, more efficiently, cheaper, whatever you want to call it. Okay?
There's no doubt about that.
So one of the guys at Google's AI division, it's called DeepMind.
What is it called?
That's DeepMind. That sounds like a horror movie.
Mind.
Doesn't it?
I love it.
He says, don't fear. That AI is going to create valuable jobs. He says, yes, it will displace some, but it's going to create valuable jobs. And so I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of cool. So I'll try to learn more about this. So, yeah, here's the problem. The new jobs that AI is going to create are going to be for the tech-savvy people who are already at the forefront of AI technology.
All right.
In other words, you got to know quantum physics in order to.
So, and so they were asking about the generations coming up, and he was like, if you're a student today, if you're a young person today, he says yes, he would still recommend STEM subjects, science, technology, math, all that stuff. Yep. He said, but it's not just understanding math, physics, computer science. It's understanding how they work together, because that's what AI is.
I mean, if you have a kid in middle school right now,
it's got to be terrifying, right?
I'm just saying, you've got to start your kid on getting to understand what AI is all about.
AI for dummies. Start with that.
Well, I mean, why not? I'll give you a terrible example.
Please,
Remember,
please do. I love
years
terrible
ago,
examples.
it was like, okay, if you want to get into college, maybe you take up golf. It's an easy way to get. I'll tell you, fencing, right?
Fencing.
If you could do one of those two things, you're going to get the college. This was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
You'll get into whatever college you want. Yeah, but I'm a D student. Doesn't matter. If you can take that
You're a fencer.
That little little sword and whack somebody with it.
Smack him with the sword.
You'll go to a good school. So now it's like, if you're looking at what your children are studying or what they're doing, is it sports that'll get them into a good college? Or is it, you know what? Hey, AI is like the invention of the wheel.
Yeah.
AI is as big as
the internet.
And so you as a parent should probably start learning about this so you can help your kid understand it, and maybe your kid becomes somewhat of an expert, and that is a job that is going to be around.
You're going to need that
for a long time.
So here's the caveat, or the
was my example okay?
It's not a bad example.
It wasn't awful.
No, it wasn't awful.
It's my first example of the week. I'm back. I haven't been here for
39 minutes in.
It's not that bad.
No, they're going to get better.
Listen, it was a B minus.
They're going to get better. How do you talk about that junior high kid, right?
Right.
How do you expose them, show them, teach them about all the things AI can do without them using it to shortcut their educational career?
No, I think that's
where's that balance? Look at all the great things AI can do. You mean like write my English papers? Yes, except for that part.
No.
Stop there. Don't do that. Well, can it also do? Yes, it can, but you shouldn't be doing that part. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how you find the balance, because it's almost got to be on the honor system, because AI is going to continue to get better and better, smarter and smarter, undetectable in many cases, and it's going to be up to you.
But what better way to learn it than to use it in practical applications of my everyday life?
I would have had straight A's. Do you realize that, using AI?
So what happens?
If everybody in the school gets a 4.0.
Look, we all say every day, no math on the radio. And we know why we say that.
We suck at math.
Right. So I'm doomed. I was told in school, you need to, and I was decent in math because I practiced what they did. As soon as I walked out of class, boop, it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just not, no matter how much I studied, I would never be good at the math and science that's needed to do something like this.
Yeah, me neither.
And I feel, right.
Yeah.
So what do we do? What do people like us do?
Well, we won't do AI. But here's the thing. It's like I had a tutor for so many years because I was just bad at math.
Right.
But it also gave me a work ethic, a good work ethic. It showed me how to tackle an issue that I didn't fully understand. And it made me and forced me to do something hour upon hour that I didn't like. I didn't like going to math class, but I went. And then I didn't like going to get tutoring for an hour or 2 hours. I didn't like that either. But I think it does build some character. I think it does show some grit. But if you're looking for something for your kid to get into, I know that there are, I have a buddy who's going to go take an AI class. I may do that.
Yeah.
Because what do I know? I know ChatGPT is cool.
Right, and that's kind of like entry level. Chat GPT to AI is what like message boards were to us when the internet came around,
I think
right?
that for many of us, and me maybe included, that is all I think of. And we talk about that all the time.
Scratching the surface.
I think that, that could even go by the wayside. The real AI will be
see, like
something
everywhere,
bigger.
you see like these AI videos, and they're AI because they just look
just a little bit,
right? They look better.
Yeah,
like you're
almost too good.
You can tell one in a minute.
I think we're going to see movies with AI stars.
We already are.
There's no question about it. It's going to change the world.
You're here.
All right, coming up next, by the way, remember, Megan McCain. Mondays with Megan at 5:05.
Can't miss it.
But when we return, you know what? I don't know. It's the biggest story in town. Nobody's talking about it.
It's frustrating.
Why is nobody talking about it? We will talk about it coming up.
Hey, and I'm going to talk to you about the last piece of financing you'll ever need for anything. It's called a Life Changer loan, and it can do just that. I mean, it is life-changing, and it's life-changing for people in your neighborhood. It's for people that are your neighbors, people that have done some amazing things with their finances with a Life Changer loan. You see, a Life Changer loan replaces the traditional 30-year fixed mortgage. It lets you do all of your financial transactions inside your mortgage. Well, that means you could pay it off in just a few short years, and you don't even need to change your spending habits. Plus, you always have access to your equity, unlike a traditional mortgage, so you can borrow back when you need to. Listen, if you've got great credit, you got some equity in your home, well, then you shouldn't be in a traditional 30-year mortgage. You should look into a Life Changer loan, like so many of your neighbors are doing. LifeChangerLoan.com. LifeChangerLoan.com. Remember, it's not magic. It's just math.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So, where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the products, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
The secret to sustainable weight loss isn't the endless cycle of counting calories, extreme exercise, or taking the next trendy shot. It's about resetting your metabolism and creating simple, healthy habits to support it. I'm Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and that simple secret could change the rest of your life. So stop yo-yo dieting and let's reset your metabolism naturally, safely, and effectively with our exclusive 3-step protocol. Go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
If I can do it, you can too. Jamie West here, down nearly 50 pounds and keeping it off. Not with shots or drugs or prepackaged foods, just eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. I feel great. I look great. Don't wait. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Looking for a deal today? Well, Phoenix businesses and organizations are offering $6.02 deals or free merchandise all day because it's 602 Day. And for the second year, the Valley is celebrating community pride by paying homage to Arizona's first area code. For a list of the participating businesses, just go to our website, KTAR.com. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And let's check the ride home this afternoon with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Still working that crash, westbound Loop 202, the Red Mountain Freeway. This is just now past the 24th Street off-ramp. Fire is on the scene, blocking the far right lane, so lean to the left as you come through the mini stack and head into the downtown area. That earlier full closure on the eastbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway at 7th Avenue. That crash is cleared away and all lanes are back open. Also working a crash 20th Street in Camelback, 43rd Avenue and Bell Road, and a crash involving a pedestrian, 16th Street and Indian School Road. Traffic is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
In Arizona, they said need to paint like every 6 years. And I said, that's crazy.
Springtime in Phoenix, and painting is maddening. So do what Brian did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a ranch-style house. 3 sides are a sheathing. It's the wood sheathing that got coated with Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our unique climate right here in Phoenix.
With Rhino Shield, they talked about like an R13 insulation value. That's another way to reduce the air conditioning bill. I think it's a really good investment and will be well worth it.
Get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield now for 15% off the regular price.
I plan to live in the house for about 20 years, and you guys warranty your product. I don't have to worry about it.
Rhino Shield, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. So stop throwing your money away on ordinary paint. Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hello, we're here with special guest Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and now filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Jeff, welcome.
Well, thanks for having me, Mike. It's always great to see you.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. A few of my good friends and colleagues are featured in the movie.
Yeah, that's right. Wolfley and Bruce, they got to share their stories in the film. And these stories are real, and they really matter.
Many of our listeners have their own financial stories. Jeff, what's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And what I can say is space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The Diamondbacks were already floundering, and now their star is hurt. We talked to Arizona Sports' Vince Marotta on what in the world is going on. Tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
Saw a great tweet about the Diamondbacks.
Ooh, I'm ready.
From our friend Clu Haywood.
Oh, boy.
Said maybe the D-backs should just, give up the next 3 games, whoever they play, go to Cabo, and just have an unbelievable time.
Like, we need you to break from baseball.
Just go crazy in Cabo for 3 days. Get it out of your system.
Get it out of the system.
Team building.
Okay, those
and
are
then
good.
come back and
Rip roaring ready to go.
Try and play some ball.
Okay.
But I left 2 weeks ago to go on vacation.
Yeah.
And they lost 9 out of 10 while I was gone.
Coincidence?
No, I don't think it has anything to do with me. I'm just saying,
saying.
wow, they really crapped the bed while I was gone.
Hasn't been good. Gatos, this is a story that is bothering me, okay? And it's bothering me because, there's every day we're inundated with different stories, a lot of tragedies. And I'm going to use this. Some stick and some don't, okay? Some capture the imagination of the public and people are fast, and others just go away. And it bothers me that this one's going away, okay?
Right. Yeah, tell me about it.
Last week.
And I'm not sure it's going away.
Well, I hope not. Last week, a 17-year-old and 18-year-old boy and girl were found shot to death just off State Route 87. north of Mesa, south of Payson. Okay? They said it was like a campsite.
Right.
2 teenagers, okay, shot and killed. Arcadia High School students left for dead in the desert. No witnesses. As of right now, MCSO is saying we're looking for anybody who saw anything, anybody who witnessed anything, anybody who knows anything. It sounds, because believe me, Gatos, I was like, okay, is it a murder-suicide thing? It's not. That's not what this is.
Right.
Somebody killed these 2 kids.
Yeah.
And left them in the desert.
I mean, it reminds me a little bit of the Gabby Petito story.
Okay.
So if you don't know what that is, it was just a massive story a few years ago. There's a Netflix docuseries on it, and it was a tragic murder of a 22-year-old by her fiance.
I watched the whole thing.
Right. And it was covered up. What was going on? Just a really kind of, it was a road trip across the U.S. They documented their journey, and it reminds me a little bit of this story. Did they kill each other? Did somebody kill them? And why aren't people asking questions? We're asking questions.
Yeah.
MCSO says they died from the gunshot wounds. Okay.
Yep.
All right. But and they're asking for help.
Yep.
And what we always say is, when the police ask for help, well, they don't have a lot of leads.
They don't have enough to go on.
They don't have a lot to go on.
Pandora was the young girl. Evan was the young man.
Yeah. Pandora, 18.
And Evan 17.
So it was what? They went on a camping trip, and that's...
Well, you say it's there are still things we don't know. They were at what was referred to as a makeshift campsite. Again, Tonto National Forest, between Mesa and Payson. So just north of the valley, but south of Payson out there. And not far off of State Route 87. Not far off the freeway whatsoever. Obviously, somebody knows something. And these 2 young people were, they're calling them homicides. They both died. They were murdered.
I sit here and I just am so sad for these kids and so sad for the parents. I think one of the moms spoke with ABC 15.
Yes.
So here's the bad part, man. I mean, if you're mom, your dad, the only way you're going to get this story out is to actually go and talk to the media.
You have to.
And it's the last thing that you would ever want to do is to sit there on camera and have to talk about the death of your child.
Agreed.
Unfortunately, that's how you get answers. And I don't like it.
I'm not looking for credit. Don't get me wrong. Can you see how this one's kind of stuck with me? And I'm just like, I don't think this story should just disappear.
Well, you put it in front of me today because I've been gone for vacation.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, there's a lot more to this, and we don't really. Obviously, they're saying this is suspicious. Their deaths are being treated suspicious, but
as homicides, yes.
Yeah. Well, we'll ask questions.
We're trying,
and we'll get on top of this.
Yeah.
So, that's a good way to start.
We've got a check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's going to do that for us. And then coming up next, Megan McCain. It's Mondays with Megan. We'll start with, is Biden responsible for the terror attack in Boulder? Megan McCain joins us live from D.C. It's coming up next, Outspoken, on KTAR.
So it's 3 a.m, and it's pouring. And I'm like, goodness gracious, I'm hearing the thunder, the lightning, the rain is it's pounding on my roof. And the one thing I thought of was, boy, am I glad I got the roof checked out. Because I did that about a month ago. I called America Roofing, and I said, hey, I would like you guys to come over, evaluate the roof. Are there any trouble areas? Is everything good? Haven't had you out in a bit. So they came out, and they'll do this for free for everybody. You just mentioned Gatos. And they'll evaluate your roof. And the interesting thing was, after Tracy came over, he's awesome. This is a family-owned and operated company. He came over, and he goes, you got a little trouble spot that we feel we should fix sooner than later. And I said, well, what's going on? And there was just there was a spot on the roof, a problem area where the water from the storms wasn't draining properly. And so I said, yeah, go ahead and fix it. Well, I I went out last night, just opened the door because it's pouring, and I saw the water coming off the roof in a proper way, and it wasn't doing that before. So I'm glad I got the roof checked by America Roofing. Listen, if you got a leak last night, call them today. For crying out loud, 602-960-ROOF, 960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold, hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed 3 out of 4 summers. What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunker sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, upfront. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. In Colorado, officials have now brought federal hate crime charges and attempted murder charges against 45-year-old Mohammed Soliman for yesterday's firebomb attack in Boulder, as officials learn more about the suspect. Here's ABC's Mola Lingay in Boulder.
The FBI saying he drove to Boulder from Colorado Springs, where he lived with his wife and 5 children, working as an Uber driver, stopping for gasoline on the way. Officials tonight say the suspect was born in Egypt and lived in Kuwait for 17 years before moving to Colorado 3 years ago. But DHS says he was in the country illegally.
Arizona votes.
The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors is investing in election integrity. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center with the details.
The county broke ground on a new state-of-the-art election center. Supervisor Thomas Galvin says it was designed with transparency in mind.
All of the different rooms, you'll have the ability to sit and observe. We're going to have all these high-tech equipment to make sure that we're having everything videotaped and live streamed.
The new facility is slated to open in time for the 2028 presidential election. It includes more room for signature verification, pre-tabulation processing, and ballot tabulation, as well as training areas for temporary election workers. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Some wet and weird weather to start off the month of June. Phoenix broke the rainfall record yesterday with 0.2 of an inch of rain, 10 times the amount of the previous June 1st record that was set back in 1914. The rain continues throughout the evening. We have some chances, anyway, of some scattered showers. We'll see if we get them. Alex Young with the National Weather Service says this wet weather will be short-lived, though.
Looks like we're going to be pretty much drying out for the most part, although there's some shots for maybe some showery activity, mostly in higher terrain areas tomorrow and maybe into Wednesday.
And the cooler weather, enjoy it while it lasts. Young says most likely it's going to warm up quickly with the temps getting back into the triple digits by the weekend. New research from ASU shows Arizona's groundwater's drying up and at an alarming rate. ASU's Global Futures professor Jay Famiglietti joined Arizona's Morning News to discuss how the university found the rapid loss of groundwater.
We used NASA satellite called GRACE, or Gravity Recovery and Climate Experiment, and we found that the groundwater is disappearing at a pretty rapid rate.
Professor Famiglietti says the loss of groundwater is especially bad in southeastern and western Arizona. Well, if you're looking for a deal, today's the day. More than 250 Valley businesses and organizations are celebrating 602 Day.
For the second year, Phoenix businesses are offering deals to celebrate civic pride. Participating organizations may offer items priced at $6.02 or free merchandise. The day pays homage to Arizona's first and most common area code. Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallegos says the day shows the creative spirit that drives our city forward. For a list of participating businesses, head to KTAR.com. Jania McFarland, KTAR News.
All right, time to check on the road home this afternoon. John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Right now, Becky Lynn, working a couple of crashes near the downtown area. Let's start near the split, where we've got a crash just past the split as you head northbound on the I-17. That means you've got slowing as you come through the Broadway curve right to about 24th Street, and this crash is on the northbound side of I-17. Then a little further north, westbound Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, have a crash now in the Gore Point right near the 24th Street off-ramp. That ramp is fully back open, so that's the good news there, and that backup looking much better coming into the mini stack. Chandler Boulevard, west of the Loop 101, the Price Freeway, you've got a crash there, and a serious crash this afternoon, Scottsdale Road and Indian Bend. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes campus. It is 5 o'clock. Do you know where your parents are? Well, they could be dining and mingling with brand new friends at the Beatitudes campus. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. John Roller, KTAR News.
69, our overnight low with that 20% chance of lingering showers. 96, the high on Tuesday, and 99 on Wednesday. We're at 88 in Phoenix at Sky Harbor. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Oh, especially on Monday, people tell you hour number 2 is the best of the hours.
It's great to be back. Was gone for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Hit Ireland, hit Scotland.
Yeah.
Had a wee bit of whiskey, as they'd say over there.
I'm sure they say it just like that.
Stuff is gross, man. By the way, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh, but they like to use that the Had
a wee bit.
A wee bit of whiskey.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, it's nice to be back, and especially on Mondays with Megan. Megan McCain joins us, the daughter of the late, great Senator John McCain. Hi, Megan. How's it going?
Hi, how are you? Welcome back.
Do you like a wee bit of whiskey?
Don't get her started.
I actually don't drink anymore. I quit drinking when I had kids for no other reason other than I cannot be hungover and take care of children. So
exactly.
I was going to say, I don't know how you're sober taking care of children. That's the flip side.
Oh, gosh. Well, I mean, I come back into the country, and then I see what happened in Colorado. Why don't we start there, Megan? So let me get the scorecard out. Wasn't it a week ago a young couple was murdered? Yes. They were Jewish at a Jewish event in Washington, D.C.
Like on the sidewalk, like right
Then
out front.
over the weekend, we've got a guy who's lighting Jews on fire in Boulder, Colorado. And I saw your Twitter, and I'm going to read it. Megan, you said, it's open season on Jews in America, and most of you are enabling it or simply looking the other way. What do you mean by that?
Well, many things. But first, I just don't understand if there was a series of aggressive hate crimes against any other minority in the country, Hispanic people, Asian people, Black people, homosexuals, whatever, there would just be a lot more outrage and a lot more, I think, concern. And because so much of this is conflated, the man who threw the Molotov cocktails, by the way, on a Holocaust survivor and some children, screamed free, free Palestine before he did it, the same thing that was screamed at the two people before they were shot and murdered here in Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago. And so much of that movement is conflated with radical people like that as just an abject hatred of Jewish people. It has nothing to do with Palestine or Israel. It has nothing to do with the war or Netanyahu. What it has to do with it's a really convenient excuse for the, just abject hatred of Jewish people. And I've been in this space a really long time, starting with, this is just like a little time machine for you guys. In around 2016, we had the leaders of the Women's March on The View as guests, and I started reading about the Women's March because it was never my thing for a whole host of issues. And when I was reading it, one of the leaders, Linda Salazar, had said a whole bunch of anti-Semitic statements and included the support of BDS in her statements about the women's movement. And I had a conversation with my producer, but I was like, what does BDS have to do with, and for people that don't know what that is, it means a boycott of anyone related to Israel in any capacity in corporate America or on college campuses. And I said, what does that have to do with women's anything? Then the leaders of the Women's March came on The View, and I asked them to denounce statements from people they were associated with, that called Jewish people termites, and they wouldn't do it. And it was a big thing in my career. It was a big thing that happened a long time ago at this point, but it was the first time that I got involved in this space because I was one of the few people that was recognizing it and calling it out and in corporate media. And I've had done a lot of work in the combating anti-Semitism space for almost a decade now. And it's just horrifying. There's a 124% spike in hate crimes against Jewish people in the past year alone.
Wow. 124. So what do we do?
Sorry, you guys.
No.
So what do we do about it if it's getting worse? If there is a spike, as you said, how do we combat this then?
I mean, I think first and foremost, I think it's important just to have these conversations because there's a lot of news organizations. Even yesterday, I believe it was the New York Times, said we don't know a motive yet. Well, if someone's targeting Jewish people and lighting them on fire, I think I know what the motive is.
Narrowed it down.
In the same way, if someone was, targeting, African American people and lighting them on fire, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know what the motivation is.
Fair.
And I think for me, my concern with this particular individual is he was on a visa that expired, and his daughter is actually still here in college. I'm sorry, but if you're going to commit domestic terrorism, you don't get to enjoy the spoils of the West with your children going to our colleges and enjoying living in this country in Boulder, Colorado at the same time. And this is when, you guys know I'm pretty dovish on immigration, but when it comes to things like this, we have got to do a better job of policing the kind of people in this country. And I also think when it comes to the rising levels of anti-Semitism, I think that there's a lot of leaders in this country on by the way, the right and the left. This is a bipartisan issue. There's disgusting anti-Semites on the right and there's disgusting anti-Semites on the left. They need to be called out more aggressively. The problem is there's not a lot of societal consequences for being anti-Semitic. Whoopi Goldberg, my old co-host, did wildly anti-Semitic things that she was actually suspended for by ABC News, was easily let back on. If she had said that about any other kind of minority in the country, I don't believe she'd still have her job. There's a lot of people, a lot of politicians who say things like, I mean, if you cannot denounce the shooting and killing of two Jewish people shot and killed on American soil in Washington, D.C., which, by the way, the candidate for mayor, Zohan Mamandi, was incapable of doing, and he very well could become mayor of New York City, you should not be rewarded politically. And I don't fully know what the answer is, but I know that we need to make sure that just in your personal lives, you make sure that your Jewish friends and colleagues and people you associate with feel safe, and just call it out as much as possible. You guys have the #1 talk show in Arizona. You're doing a great job doing it.
We're certainly trying, Megan, to say the least, but boy, that is really disappointing and difficult to watch some of the scenes coming out of Boulder. And sadly, I don't think it's the end. I mean, I sadly I wish I could tell you I knew what was going to stop hate, for goodness sakes, but it appears to be happening around the world.
Positive lining to make you feel better.
Okay.
So I just interviewed Jonathan Greenblatt, who's the head of the Anti-Defamation League. He's an old friend of mine. And we were talking about, like, just the insanity happening on college campuses and why all this extremism is happening everywhere. And he told me one of the bright spots in college culture is actually at ASU.
Really?
That Michael Crow, the president of Arizona State University, yes, has done an incredible job combating this, making sure Jewish students feel safe at Arizona State University. And then he has taken the threats of anti-Semitic hate crimes extremely seriously. And it made me feel very proud to be an Arizonan, because I love hearing that about Arizona State.
Very positive.
I talked to several Jewish students over the last few years at ASU, and they were scared. For a while, they were very scared. And then recently, they're starting to feel better. So I think there's something to what you just said about Arizona State. Megan McCain is joining us Mondays with Megan.
Megan, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you, at least from the Washington, D.C., knee-deep in the swamp, as we like to think you are, what is the legacy of Doge, as Elon Musk politely saw himself out the door with a big gold key to God knows what? What?
Can I tell you, not to be disgusting, because I know this is a family show.
Okay.
But anyone that read the recent New York Times piece that just came out last week talking about the alleged very serious drug problem that Elon Musk has.
Wow.
And I do not do drugs. I've never touched a drug in my life. It's just not my thing. And in the article, I did not know this, but apparently if you take enough ketamine, it impacts your bladder. And it has come out publicly that the amount of drugs that he was doing was actually impacting his bladder during his work. Again, this is not gossip. This was reported in the New York Times. You can listen to a daily episode about it this morning. And just the idea that I don't think Doge has been a success on any level for a multiplicity of reasons, but just the idea that we had someone who was like actively doing drugs in and around the White House makes me really uncomfortable. And anyone who had anything to say about Hunter Biden, which was justified, why are you keeping your mouth shut now? Because it's just as egregious and gross.
Yeah. But consistency is not easy to.
Well, he said he wanted to cut $2 trillion, and I think he got to about $100 million.
Just missed it.
But I mean, I think at least to put a spotlight on the fact that we spend way too much money.
Agreed.
And there should be cuts, but you don't do it in 8 weeks. I think that's just a bad idea. Spread it out a little bit. Try and figure out really where you're going to cut, not just blind cuts and then hiring them back 24 hours later because, oops, we needed those people.
Costs a lot.
Yeah, so I don't
think...
Yeah,
and like when you're cutting things like Ebola virus research and cancer research and USAID, which, my mother can tell you firsthand, like brings literal food and, vaccines and things that people in third world countries need, Doge completely lost me because I'm all for cutting government spending in the right places, but they just went in with a chainsaw, which he used a literal chainsaw at CPAC last year and was just like, we're going to cut everything with no understanding of the ramifications. And, you know, in tech, there's like a slogan that like people in big tech running AI companies say. They're always like, move fast and break things, which I guess works in the tech world, but it doesn't work in real life in Washington, D.C. And I, for one, I'm really happy to see Elon Musk go. And if for no other reason than just like on a personal level, it's been extremely uncomfortable to hear the rumors and then see things come out about the kind of women he's been impregnating around my industry. Just happy to not be involved with this anymore, gentlemen.
Goodness gracious.
Megan McCain joining us live from D.C. And Megan, we're going to end on this. Does Trump believe that Joe Biden was executed in 2020?
Oh, my gosh.
And that a robotic clone was running the country for 4 years? Yes or no?
I don't know how anyone could possibly believe that, but I was doing my show earlier today, which you guys please come on at some point.
Yes.
And I was talking to my guest and I said, I'm just so tired. Like, it's so stupid and I'm so tired. There's very serious issues happening in the country, very serious questions this morning that came out about China's retaliation on our tariffs. Mm-hmm. And the idea that, like, you know, Biden is some kind of like clone in the Hall of Presidents in Disney World is like absurd and stupid, and I don't have time for it. And this is when MAGA really loses me, because I know we're all like kind of desensitized to this, but it's ridiculous and stupid and obnoxious. And President Biden has cancer. We've had many discussions on this show about his legacy. That's fine. History will judge it the way it will. Mm-hmm. But like, have a little bit of respect. He's very sick.
Yeah, Trump reposted a user's false claim that former President Biden had been executed in 2020 and replaced by a robotic clone, and Trump retweeted it or whatever you want to say.
I can't wait for Sean Hannity's book about how he knew Trump was mentally deficient the whole time and was covering it up. I can't wait for that. Megan, we appreciate your time today. Thank you very much. Oh, and by the way, you and I have something in common.
Oh.
What?
We both think Fletch is the greatest movie of all time.
Oh, my gosh. It's one of my favorites. It turned 40, which made me feel very old.
I saw.
I was, gosh, it was one of my favorite movies of all time. Yes.
I'm right there
so
with
good.
you.
Chevy Chase forever. He everything he's ever done is like every movie he ever did, I love. Like, I love Chevy Chase. I know he's supposed to not be like the nicest person, but
he's not. He's not. I met him. He's not.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
He's not.
He's not. But
he
I
has a
still
terrible reputation.
Yeah. But I still love all of it. I agree. He couldn't.
If you read the SNL book, it does not paint him in a positive light.
Fair point.
Whatever that's worth.
She's Megan McCain.
Thanks, Megan.
Every Monday, Megan joins us at 5 o'clock. Mondays with Megan. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, and welcome back, Gatos.
Hey, thanks, Megan. Talk to you Monday.
Talk to you guys later.
Hey, coming up next, how to tell if there's a tattletale at your job. Just tell you right now, snitches get stitches. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:19. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Trump-approved budget bill will face its next test in the Senate this week, and there's no doubt which way Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly is likely to vote. He says the proposed cuts to Medicaid will cause huge and long-lasting harm to Arizonans.
There isn't like one healthcare system for people on Medicaid, and one for Medicare, and one for private insurance. It's the same system. If 300,000 people get kicked off of access here in Arizona, facilities will close, hospitals will close, That affects everybody.
The Trump administration denies that anyone would lose their insurance if the budget's passed. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the roads for us now, it's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. New crash in the downtown area, westbound side of I-10, just prior to the stack. Now, this crash is off to the right, but it is causing slowing as you come out of the Deck Park Tunnel and head westbound on the I-10. A couple of crashes on Osborne on the west side this afternoon, 71st Avenue and Osborne. Look for a collision there. And 51st Avenue and Osborne, you've got a crash there as well. Another crash in Chandler this afternoon, Chandler Boulevard, just west of the Loop 101 Price Freeway, Scottsdale Road, and Indian Bend. A very serious crash there, and a crash clearing at 20th Street and Camelback. Traffic is brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. If you're tired of looking through a cracked windshield, get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy, and they'll come to you. NewVisionAutoGlass.com. John Roller, KTAR News. Back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Appreciate Megan McCain joining us. She does it every Monday, by the way. Mondays with Megan.
That's why we call it Mondays with Megan.
Well, I'm glad I came up with that name. I think there always should be.
Every time Bruce says that, I'm the one that came up with it. Because I like to take credit for stuff, even when I don't do it.
So I try
As do you.
So I try to one up you. I try to beat you to the punch.
It's awesome.
Yeah. It's in other words, if you listen, you have absolutely no idea who does anything around here. So,
I named the war room.
Oh God.
Okay. Bruce wanted to call it a nice conversation in a room.
A polite conversation.
It was like a polite conversation. Anyway. Megan, really passionate about attacks on Jewish people in the United States. 2 in the last couple of weeks.
Just a couple weeks, yeah.
It's just horrible.
Yeah. Terrorist attack. No other way to say it. Absolutely.
All right.
Have you ever worked with a tattletale? Like with a do-gooder? Like it's not their job, but they insist on I kind of rules followers.
The nosy.
Yes.
Kind of did. They're a bunch of butt kissers to the to the boss. I don't like that stuff.
Unreal. Well, I love it. There's a story out there of a flight attendant. By the way, they deleted the name of the airline.
Oh, okay.
But it is a major U.S. carrier. So we've got to narrow it down to about 4 airlines is all we got, okay? And I cannot imagine having to work with somebody like this. This flight attendant narked out one of her fellow flight attendants and attempted to conduct a citizen's arrest on her.
I've always wanted to do that.
For taking a snack box off of the airplane.
What?
You know the little snack boxes they sell on the airplane? Would you like to buy you have a peanut or would you like to buy a sandwich?
Yeah.
Apparently this flight attendant had been flying like a red eye, had mentioned that she hadn't had anything to eat. Well, Miss Nosy Busybody went back and counted the snack boxes at the beginning of the flight. And at the end of the flight, found that one was missing.
Oh, gosh.
So she attempted to arrest her fellow flight attendant, ended up assaulting her.
Oh, gosh.
Getting suspended for this because the airline surprisingly says, don't arrest your fellow employees and certainly don't do it over missing snack boxes.
I will tell you this.
Good grief.
My wife being a flight attendant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Relatively new. It's almost impossible to find a time to eat if you're a flight attendant.
I can't imagine. Yeah. I'm sure they're running around, and when they land, they're running to the next plane.
They're
and
running
stuff,
the next plane. Yeah. And you know what? If you're on that plane and you want to take one of those little boxes, you should be able to take one of the little boxes.
Right.
Go and eat something. You're only going to make it better for the passengers. If you're starving, you're not going to do a good job.
I turn down snacks and sometimes turn down meals and little things like that they offer. Should I be giving them to the flight attendant because I'm feeling like they haven't eaten in a while?
My wife has a little thing that she brings on the plane.
Yeah.
And sometimes she'll get a second to just take a couple bites.
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes on the way to the hotel after the flight is landed, she'll eat the rest of it. But they really don't have a lot of time. So let them take a box of food.
Snitches get stitches.
Good grief.
Coming up next, Bruce.
Yep.
I'm back from my Ireland and Scotland vacation.
Well, I've been hearing about it.
Everything was great.
Yeah.
except for one incident that I had in a 300-year-old castle. Woo! I'm going to tell this story. It was a major incident. Next.
Hey, I'm Bruce.
Hey, it's Gatos. And together we are outspoken against hunger.
This summer, St. Mary's Food Bank will serve hundreds of thousands of meals to kids who usually rely on school for breakfast and lunch.
But they can't do it alone. Arizona families need our help.
Just $1 will provide 5 meals.
Our goal? 200,000 meals. Whoa. And it starts with you.
Hey, just text FOOD to 620-620 and donate today.
And together, we can change lives.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, I want to talk to you about something really cool I have coming up. Not this Saturday, but next. That's right, June 14th, out at the Mesa AMC Theaters. We've got a movie, and I'm in it. That's not the reason you should go. It's called Retirement on the Brink. It is a documentary from my friends at Trajan Wealth for anyone who's nearing retirement. You need to see this. And I got your VIP seats right now. Go to retirementonthebrink.com. Retirementonthebrink.com. You sign yourself up. Come on out. We're going to see the movie together, right? And popcorn and sodas on me, all right? It's the kind of guy I am. Even extra butter flavoring, okay? I got to tell you, you're going to learn a lot. You're going to learn what not to do. You're going to see interviews with people that you're going to recognize, as in, that could be me. Did you know 1 in 4 retirees ends up going back to work? Make sure you're not a statistic. Join me at Retirement on the Brink, Saturday, June 14th, out at the Mesa AMC Theaters. Just go to retirementonthebrink.com right now. Retirementonthebrink.com and sign up for your tickets. Hey, advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Gambo, and as many of you know, about 15 years ago, I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and I swear to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he's a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. If you want a free LASIK evaluation, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now, because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town, with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details, schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. One of the accused killers of Valley teen Preston Lord appears to be looking to make a deal. KTAR's Balanover Stoltz is live in the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, Jacob Meisner is among 6 people accused of taking part in the killing of Preston Lord in 2023. Now he'll appear in court later this month after turning down a plea deal last week. And KTAR News legal analyst Barry Markson on the defense's strategy.
They want a more, in their eyes, a more reasonable plea agreement that reflects what they see as Meisner's lesser role in the death of Preston Lord.
However, Markson says it's a risky call, adding Meisner can still face a first-degree murder sentence even if found to not have directly killed Lord due to his overall alleged involvement. Live in the news center, Balanover Stoltz, KTAR News.
Another unnamed commercial farm in Maricopa County is now dealing with an outbreak of avian flu. The announcement of this latest outbreak comes on the heels of 2 others that we now know have impacted facilities owned by Hickman Farms. As with the earlier announcements, we're told eggs produced at this facility have not entered the food supply and no human cases have been reported. A toddler was not hurt after agents say the child climbed onto a conveyor belt where the luggage is transported through the airport. This happened at Newark Liberty International Airport last week at the departures level of the JetBlue counter. Keith Jeffries is the VP of the security firm K2 and tells ABC News there's an intricate system for bags that could be harmful for children.
You've got diverters back there that are actually these gigantic pushers or levers, if you will, that will shove those bags down the appropriate conveyor belt. And that alone can be fatal for a small child.
It is not the first time a child's gotten access to a luggage conveyor belt. Another incident in 2019 in Atlanta left a toddler with a fractured hand and cuts on his arms. One of the world's leading cybersecurity researchers has made a disturbing discovery that could affect every Google, Microsoft, and social media user in the country. ABC's Jim Ryan says a database containing nearly 200 million account credentials has been compromised.
Security specialist Jeremiah Fowler has contacted the hosting provider to make that company aware that hackers had gotten their hands on the data. His advice to us users is to change our account passwords now and to use two-step authentication.
Let's get a look at the traffic now with John Roller. He's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Earlier crashes that we had on the main lines pretty much cleared away. We do have that crash off to the right, westbound I-10, right at the stack there involving a big rig. But again, that is off to the right, so only light slowing from the mini stack now out to about 75th Avenue as you head westbound on the I-10. Have a crash involving a motorcycle, 44th Street and Washington, 71st Avenue and Osborne. A crash there, another crash on Osborne right at 51st Avenue, and a crash at Chandler Boulevard just west of the Loop 101 Price Freeway. Traffic is brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try a burrito box today. 10 burritos for just $49.95. For additional deals, visit carolina's.mexicanfood.com/KTAR. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 69. There is a slight chance we could see some more scattered showers through tomorrow. Tomorrow's high, 96, and then for Wednesday, 99, but it looks like the triple digits are headed back by about Thursday or Friday. Right now, it's 89 in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Chris Merrill. Another day and another politician promising to lower your taxes. This promise, though, might be too big a pill to swallow if you still want police, fire, smooth roads, or safe bridges. See if your vote is worth the asking price. Tomorrow at 2 on The Chris and Joe Show.
So, you know what, Gatos? We got something pretty cool coming up. We are outspoken against hunger. Just $1 provides 5 meals at St. Mary's Food Bank. Our goal, 200,000 meals. And we know you can do it. We know we can help. You can start right now. Just text the word food to 620-620. That's food to 620-620. We can change lives.
We've been doing this a number of years in the summer, and we need to feed people. People need, at the very least, to have 3 meals a day, and most do not. And so what we're going to do is, with your help, we're going to feed a lot of Arizona kids this summer.
You're here.
A lot of families, and we're going to do it all month. So you can text the word food to 620-620. We need your we need your wallet. We need you to throw some bucks.
Yeah, please.
Okay?
Every dollar counts, right?
Yeah.
So welcome back.
Hey, thanks, man.
You've been gone for a while.
2 weeks.
I was worried that you would even remember how to log into the computer system or, figure out where to park or anything.
I'm a professional.
But I immediately asked you, like everybody does, so how was your trip? Yeah. What happened? What was exciting? Tell me.
Well, there was an incident.
Oh, boy.
Let me set this up for you.
There was an incident.
So I took a couple weeks off. My wife and I and 3 couples, we went to Ireland and Scotland.
Oh.
And in Scotland, I love when they say, would you like to have a wee bit of whiskey? And I'm like, no, that stuff tastes terrible. I tried it. It's really bad.
Okay.
Well, you might as well just put your mouth up against the thing with the gas pump. It's so bad. Anyway, what a beautiful part of the world. So we saw the Cliffs of Moher. We had lunch where J.K. Rowling wrote Harry Potter.
Really?
We went out looking for the Loch Ness Monster. That was awesome.
Did you find the Loch Ness Monster?
We did not. We went to this place called the Dingle Peninsula where they shot Star Wars, and you can see where Luke Skywalker was training Rey.
Really?
In the Force, The Last Jedi. Wow. And we decided one night, you're in Ireland.
Yeah.
You're in Scotland.
Uh-huh.
You got to stay in a castle.
Oh, it's like when in Rome.
You've got to.
You have to.
They got castles everywhere, too, don't they?
Man, I saw a lot of castles.
Okay.
So we decided, all right, one night, we'll stay in some really crappy hotels, but we're going to pick one night, and we're going to stay in a castle.
Okay.
And we did. And there was an incident.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so the castle, I'm not even going to say the name of the castle. I'm not going to tell you we're in Ireland or Scotland.
You're not going to throw them under the bus.
I'm not going to because they were nice at the end of this whole disaster.
Oh, okay. Oh, it was a disaster.
Oh.
Okay.
So we stayed one night in a castle. Okay. We're talking, this thing was built in like the 16 or 1700s.
It's like 300-year-old castle.
It's unbelievable. It was so regal.
Built out of stone? Was it out of stone?
Yes, it was incredible.
Sounds
was
fantastic.
Was there a moat around it?
No.
No moat. Oh, wow.
Can't have it.
Can't have everything.
So everything is like, it's just so cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's so old, yet so cool.
Okay.
And so it's been a long day. This is our first night in the castle, only night in the castle.
One night only.
Had some dinner. It was terrific. We were doing sights, all that earlier.
Yeah, okay, I have good questions.
Yeah,
I'm not going to let you run ahead of this too far.
Yeah.
Did it feel like you were in a 300-year-old place?
Absolutely.
It wasn't like, they blitzed it up all modern or anything. You felt like you were in a true
Floors Creek
proper castle.
Fantastic.
With the big fireplaces with blazing fires.
Massive fireplaces.
Okay.
Gorgeous.
I'm ready.
Yeah. Okay. So it's time to go to bed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're tired. And I have a talent, if you will.
Ooh.
I have something that most superheroes don't but should. When I climbed into bed, I can always tell if the sheets are fresh.
Uh-oh.
Now, I don't know if you've ever heard this, Becky, and I may have mentioned this before. If I get into like a hotel bed,
okay,
right?
Yeah.
I can tell if the sheets are changed or not changed.
This is your gift.
This is my gift. If they're not changed, the hair on my legs stand up.
Oh, okay.
And immediately I know that I'm in a bed that has been slept in by somebody else.
Oh.
I don't like that.
You don't like that.
So the hair is up on my legs.
Ooh.
It's really a talent. I was born with it.
I'm sure.
My father had it.
Gato's bride is excited about this talent.
My father had it. His father had it.
It's
his father's
hereditary.
father had it.
This is your job when AI takes over. Trust me. Just station yourself at a hotel.
Now, I'm not a complainer very much, but I did call and I said, I don't think that the bed sheets are changed.
They're not as fresh.
They're not fresh.
Okay,
oh my
fair.
goodness, we're going to come right up and we're going to change the sheets.
Okay, they're on.
So I'm like, I can help and all this. No. So they come in and they tear the bed down.
Yeah, they got to take it apart, right? And take the sheets off.
And there it was.
What do you mean there it was?
I'll try and be discreet.
I would appreciate that.
I guarantee you those sheets were not changed.
Oh my gosh, what? What?
Let's just say
you can't say this on the air.
Let's just say there was a stain.
Oh no.
Let's just say that there was a stain, and is that what I think it is?
On the mattress,
on the bottom sheet,
on the bottom sheet.
Yeah, and I look at my wife and I go, "Is that what I think it is?" And she goes, "I think that's what I think. I think that's what you think it is." And I look at the person who came in to change the sheet. She's white as a ghost, horrified. I said, "This is unacceptable." I go, "Look at that." I go, "I almost slept on that."
Right.
This is a castle. It's like a 10-star resort. They don't even do 10 stars.
Oh my god!
I said we stayed in 3 crappy hotels so we can stay in
just
this place.
To stay in this place, right?
And they changed the sheets.
There it was, and I'm like, oh my gosh, do you guys not change the sheets? I almost slept on top of that.
Wow.
Oh,
I'm horrified.
That's the worst story I've
so
ever
I'm
heard.
like, do I call my friends?
Oh boy,
because we're with 3 couples, and do I say, listen, we got to get the hell out of here? Or, you know what? You might want to trick your sheets because... So, the question is, how much do you want to know
oh boy,
about the hotel you're staying in?
Okay.
Because...
I see where you're going with this.
Let's be honest.
Well, can I say something?
Yes.
I can't even imagine in 300 years what's happened in that room.
It's not the same bed.
Much less in that bed.
I'm like, listen, I'm going to need a new mattress. You're going to have to drag
It's all
it in from
gotta
somewhere.
change. This whole thing, it's
I'm
all wrong.
100% with you, Gatos.
Everything.
Bring it, all new furniture right now. Even get rid of upholstered chairs. No.
But it's like, you don't want to take like a black light to everything. And,
Careful. But he's going to say,
right.
that really is like careful what you wish for. You could start.
But if not for my talent and the hair on my legs,
yes,
I would have slept in someone else's. That's what I would have done. And I didn't let it ruin my vacation. But they dragged that bed out of there fast.
Really?
They got a new one. Because I didn't want to change the room. It's too late. It's
you get in and you're like, come on, it's the end of the day, right?
Yeah. So that was the incident at not just a hotel.
No.
A castle.
Yeah, this wasn't like the Scottish version of a Days Inn.
Did they not change the sheets for 400 years? Is that
my
what the case
God.
was?
Okay, that's literally the worst story I've ever heard.
I was horrified.
That's terrifying.
That's
terrifying, Gavis.
So I just want everybody to know I'm in therapy. It's going quite well. I'll get over it. I'll be here for the rest of the week. Then I may have to take some more time off because...
I can't imagine.
Goodness gracious. Mother of all creatures, big and small, was right there on the bed, Becky Lynn.
Okay, enough. My imagination is way bad at this. All right,
terrible.
Okay, coming up next. We're switching gears, Gatos. Is Biden responsible for the terror attack in Boulder, Colorado over the weekend? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Red Mountain weight loss. I just talked about my vacation, a couple weeks, Ireland, Scotland. And I did gain some weight. I gained 7 pounds. I'm not happy with myself. But when there's dessert, you eat the dessert. Oh, they had that toffee something pudding. Have you heard about that in Scotland? Have you guys heard about that? Can you Google it? What's the Scotland dessert? Taffy coddy pudding. I got to tell you, that thing sucked.
It wasn't good?
A delicatessen. It was it was supposed to be the biggest, best dessert over there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's terrible. I liked everything about Scotland except what I just talked about and the taffy pudding thing. Okay. Anyway, 7 pounds going to Red Mountain. I got to get it back. I got to get the bod back. We're headed for summer. I can't be walking around with 7 extra pounds. And so what Red Mountain is going to do for me is it's a reset. It's going to be a reset. And so I'm going to go in there. I'm going to talk to the doctors. We're going to come up with a plan. I'm going to lose that 7 pounds. I worked hard to have this beautiful body, as you well know. So do what I'm going to do. You gain some weight, you go to Red Mountain, all right? RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
If you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. An accident victim suffered neck and arm and back injuries after a car ran a red light and hit them. The insurance company offered them nothing for their injuries. Sweet James recovered $600,000 for their client and the medical care needed. They can't guarantee the outcome of your case, but if you're hurt in an accident, don't take it on alone. Call Sweet James. Pay nothing until they win. 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands? Ah, man. Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home? Honey, I need a little help in here. Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks in Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602 Blue Sky today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:47. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Valley got some rare rain for this time of year, a whole lot of it. Phoenix Sky Harbor saw 0.2 of an inch of rain Sunday. That is 10 times the previous record for June 1st, which was set back in 1914. Showers here in the Valley pretty much all dried up, but the high country could see some rain lingering until Wednesday. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Taking a look at the roads for us now. Let's go to John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, Becky Lynn, the ride west, not looking bad at all. We do have moderate slowing on the westbound I-10, but not too much to worry about from the mini stack out to about 67th Avenue. Again, only moderate slowing, not bad at all. And northbound I-17, light slowing from the stack all the way up to Indian School Road. Then you are good to go. Surface streets, little business to do. We are still working that serious car motorcycle crash. 44th Street in Washington, 71st Avenue and Osborne. Look for a crash there. Another crash at 51st Avenue in Osborne, and a crash in the clearing stages, Chandler Boulevard, just west of the Loop 101 Price Freeway. Traffic is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join the man on the other side of the glass, Bruce St. James, at the Mesa AMC Theater June 14th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for a complimentary popcorn and a drink. John Roller, KTAR News.
You know, sometimes you don't realize that you're using something that isn't good. You're using something inadequate up to, I don't know, a dozen times a day. What I'm talking about is the water inside of your house. It is worth the investment to get something to clean the water, to have better, softer water. And what I'm talking about is Kinetico. So in our home, yep, we've got a Kinetico. I'll tell you the benefits. Cooking with Kinetico, food tastes better. Coffee with Kinetico water certainly tastes better. Washing our clothes, Soft water helps our garments last longer. When you're in the shower, it'll make your skin softer. My wife always says, before we moved in and brought the Kinetico and all that, she had hair products that she used all the time to make her hair soft. As soon as we got the Kinetico, she threw it away. You don't need it. Soft water. And plus, drinking Kinetico water, very, very healthy. I want you to call them. I want you to mention Gatos, 602-910-6570.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
Saturday, 8 o'clock, the Outdoor Living Hour of Arizona Farm Bureau will be joining us talking farm fresh dairy with the Arizona milk producers.
And what a better time to get somebody on your air conditioning. Well, Rosie certified Pro Solutions in to talk about what you need to know just ahead of the Arizona summer.
Saturday morning, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
This is Jim Sharp. On the next Arizona's Morning News, the latest on that terror attack in Colorado. Since that came less than 2 weeks after those Israeli embassy workers were murdered in Washington, can we expect more terror on American soil?
Sadly, I think the answer is maybe. I certainly can't say no, right?
It's just awful.
After what happened over the weekend where a parade, a gathering pro-Israel, including Holocaust survivors, were attacked by an Egyptian man wielding Molotov cocktails, some sort of a torch or flamethrower. People were lit on fire.
In America, by the way. This is what we're talking about. This is the United States of America this took about.
In Boulder, Colorado. I'm not saying it's the last place I would think of it, but it's close. Right?
We're going to burn people alive in America? We're going to burn Jews alive in America? My goodness gracious.
Horrific. We are learning more about the man who was, witness. He's not a suspect, is he? We have video of him doing it.
No,
right?
This guy admitted it.
This is the guy.
And the attack was planned.
We know from these court documents that they now prosecutors allege that he had pre-planned this for over a year, even waiting for his daughter to graduate before he came here about 2 hours from Colorado Springs to Boulder, buying gas on his way here, planning this out, Googling an event, a pro-Israeli event, finding this one here in Boulder, and saying he was waiting to kill his victims, that he specifically wanted to kill them.
My goodness gracious.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Yeah, and he's here illegally, by the way. Should have been kicked out of the country a couple months ago in March.
Oh.
So that's the other part of this story.
It is the other part.
Do we really know who is here?
No.
And are we right? And are we vetting them? I can't answer the question because all these different administrations will say, "Oh, of course we're vetting them." But I would say this: okay, maybe he didn't have a criminal record. And
as of right now, there's no evidence that he had a criminal record.
But I mean, was this guy? Did we check his social media? Before he came here years ago, was this guy saying that one of these days I'm gonna light a Jewish person on fire? Because if he did say that and we still let him in, we're a bunch of idiots.
Well, he came here in 2022,
correct,
and had a tourist visa extended to a work visa, but all that expired.
At one point, he was here legally.
Yes,
yeah.
And then he applied for a work visa, was given that. And then March 28th of this year is when his work visa expired. So he had been in the country illegally since the end of March.
I can't believe that someone who was injured survived the Holocaust.
Oh, God.
And
it's
all
horrible
these
to even
years
think
later,
about.
set on fire.
Yeah, it's horrible. Outspoken Against Hunger. It is our campaign this month. We're going to, see how you guys can help us serve the community this month. We're going to be talking about it next, right here, Outspoken, on KTAR.
All right, I have hired the Arizona Painting Company for the second straight summer. That's right, second straight summer. So last summer, I had the Arizona Painting Company paint the outside of my home. Exterior, it looks fantastic. Looks like a brand new house. I absolutely love the job that they do. I've hired them before. I've only hired the Arizona Painting Company for the many decades I've been here in Phoenix. So I decided, my wife and I decided, let's hire them again. This summer, they're going to paint the entire interior of our home. My wife has picked out some paint colors. She's ready for, a new look on the inside of the house. And we've hired the Arizona Painting Company. So in the next month or so, I think, they're going to come in ceilings, baseboards, walls, closets, you name it. They're going to paint everything. You should hire the Arizona Painting Company as well. Free estimate, bring them out there, let them walk the property, give you a bid. It's the Arizona Painting Company. Text the word paint to 620-620, and I'll send you a great link about the Arizona Painting Company.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I know that everyone tries to be smart about their money, but are you being plumb smart about your money? This is Mike Broomhead, and I know a way to be plumb smart about your money. It's simple. Call Plumb Smart for any HVAC or plumbing issue because they are only about half the cost of the other guys. Be plumb smart, spend less the next time you need AC or plumbing repairs or a replacement. Be plumb smart. Call 602-892-6000 or go to itsjustplumsmart.com because plumbers and AC guys charge too much.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it all, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
The first symptom in 30% of all heart attacks is sudden death. But what if you don't have to die from the silent killer? Lifeguard imaging can detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late. You can do something about it. When it comes to heart disease and cancer, what you don't know could be deadly. I got scanned and I have peace of mind because of it. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837 today. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
At ABC 15, we stand for what's right. We tackle tough issues and drive real change. We listen to you and make sure your voice is heard. We investigate and follow through. Watch ABC 15 News at 6.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 6 o'clock. I am Becky Lynn. Jacob Meisner is one of 6 people accused of taking part in the killing of Preston Lord in 2023, and he'll appear in court later this month after turning down a plea deal last week. KTAR News legal analyst Barry Markson believes Meisner's defense may be waiting out for a better deal.
But is the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, is Rachel Mitchell going to offer something lesser here? I don't know. There'd have to be an analysis of the likelihood of a conviction and what they think is right.
Markson says it's a risky call, adding Meisner can still face a first-degree murder sentence even if found to not have directly killed Preston Lord due to his overall alleged involvement.
Arizona votes.
The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors is putting some county money where their mouth is.
The Board of Supervisors broke ground on a new election center in an effort to improve election administration and build trust among voters. Architect Hans Papke with DLR Group explains the building was designed with a focus on security and transparency.
And we did that, I think, with the life of the ballot on the second floor and allowing certain zones to be very secure zones, but then allowing the public to see into those secure zones. So there's a lot of transparency once you're inside the building that allows you to look into the space.
The election center includes more square footage for signature verification, ballot tabulation, and training areas for temporary election workers. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And this new Maricopa County Election Center is set to open ahead of the 2028 presidential election. An Apache Junction police officer is in critical condition, and a suspect has been hospitalized after a shooting this morning. Apache Junction Police Commander Cindy Ewer says officers responded to a call near Ironwood and Ray Roads of a man brandishing a gun from a car, and the suspect fled when approached, and Ewer says he did not follow police instructions.
We attempted less lethal ammunitions towards him to try to gain compliance. At that time, he brandished his firearms and fired at police officers. They returned fire, striking him, as well as one of our officers was struck by his gunfire towards us.
And that officer was transported to a nearby hospital with life-threatening injuries and is now in critical condition. Police add the suspect was in surgery, but they didn't share any further information. A third unnamed commercial farm in Maricopa County has been impacted by avian flu. The announcement today from the Arizona Department of Agriculture follows the discovery of the virus in recent weeks at 2 facilities we now know are owned by Hickman Farms. As with those announcements, the department says no eggs produced at this third facility have entered the food supply since the discovery was made, and no human illnesses have been reported. The 71st edition of the Fortune 500 list contains some newcomers at the bottom, but the top 5 have remained essentially unchanged. ABC's Jim Ryan says corporate America is undergoing a shift in the corner office.
Never before have so many Fortune 500 companies been led by women, 55 altogether. The list includes Mary Barra of General Motors, Jane Frazier of Citigroup, and Carol Tomei, the Chief Executive Officer at UPS.
Today on Wall Street, the Dow closed up 35 points, finishing out the day at 42,305. The S&P rose 24 and the NASDAQ up 128 points. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's take a look at the road home tonight. John Roller's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you very much, Becky Lynn. We've got some slowing in the southeast Valley, eastbound 202, the Santan Freeway. Looks like we had a crash right in the construction zone, the lane widening project from ADOT, right near Cooper Road. And you've got slowing as you approach McQueen, heading eastbound on the 202. That is it for the mainline crashes. That earlier crash, westbound I-10 right at the stack, that is cleared away. We are working a new crash in Avondale this afternoon. Avondale Boulevard and Buckeye, 19th Avenue and Glendale. Look for a crash there, and a crash involving a motorcycle, 44th Street and Washington. Traffic is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Mike Broomhead at the Arrowhead AMC Theater June the 12th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink. John Roller, KTAR News.
There's just a slight chance that we could see some more showers tonight on into tomorrow and maybe even into Wednesday, just very slight. higher portions of the state, a little bit better chance. 69 the overnight low, 96 the high tomorrow. It's 88 in Gilbert right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour number 3.
Oh, a lot of people call hour number 3 the best hour.
It's great to be back in the big chair over here. Was in Ireland and Scotland. And whiskey is awful.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
I'm not a fan of Guinness either, and so nobody really over there liked me very much.
So nobody liked me.
Yeah.
You have 2 entire countries now that don't like you. That's amazing.
I played golf for the second time ever. 18 holes, 43 mile per hour wind gusts.
You just showed me a video of golfing in,
oh my gosh,
what can only be described as a tornado.
Oh my gosh.
Right?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Okay, good.
And what's really cool to come back today, where we're kicking off something that is near and dear to both of our hearts.
It is.
And it's the Outspoken Against Hunger campaign. We're going to do it all month here in June. We're partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank, and we are going to feed Arizona kids this summer. We're going to feed Arizona families this summer. And our goal is to raise $40,000.
Okay.
$40,000. That will provide 200,000 meals.
Wow.
Do you know what it's like to be hungry?
You know what? No, I don't.
No, I don't either.
I'm very lucky in that sense.
So am I. And I was thinking about that in the car ride in. I know where my next meal is.
Yeah.
And there are thousands of people who don't know that.
Don't know.
And that's why we're going to help people.
Let's talk to somebody that this is their life. This is their everyday.
Yeah.
Joining us right now, he's the director of public relations at St. Mary's Food Bank. Jerry Brown joins us. Jerry, great to talk to you again. Thanks for being here.
Gatos, Bruce, great to be with you guys again, and thank you so much for doing this. The 200,000 meals that you guys raised last summer really, really helped us out, and I know that's your goal again this year, and hope you get there.
So right now, you can text the word food to 620-620, and we'll give you all the information that you need to donate. And who's the first one that wants to donate to this great cause? I'll put that out there. Who's the first one that's going to do that? So, Jerry, 200,000 meals. What are we looking at? What are we looking at out there? Are there more cars in line? Are you feeding more people? Are there more people in need? Tell us about that.
Yeah, I was at our surprise facility this morning, and the lines out there. You know, when I used to go out to that facility 4 or 5 years ago, it was 180 to 200 families that we were helping. Mm-hmm. We do 700 families a day.
Oh my gosh!
Out there at that, and I was talking to the person who runs the facility, and they said, you know, these are the kinds of lines that we would only see during the week of Thanksgiving. The 2 or 3 days before Thanksgiving, when we were giving out turkeys to go with all of the food boxes. Now it's a daily occurrence. When I was walking by the different areas, there were people building 6,000 breakfasts and lunches for kids in one area. They were doing shopping where you hand out emergency food boxes and grocery carts full of food. And now we have a shopping area over there where seniors and other families can actually go in. It's a kind of a built-up convenience store where you can actually go shopping for your own items. And all 3 of the lines were pretty long today.
Wow.
So, yes, it's necessary. This is the time of the year when the kids are out of school. You mentioned it before. So many people that rely on the schools to feed breakfast and lunch to their kids. Now they're feeding 3 meals a day at home. And those are the kinds of things that really ramp up in the summertime, and the kind of things that the Outspoken Against Hunger can really help us out this summer.
Jerry Brown is joining us. What we're talking about is feeding Arizonans. Text food to 620-620. We're going to do this every day this month.
Yeah.
And our goal is to raise $40,000. We need your help. That's how how we're going to do this. And you talk about kids this summer. If we're providing 200,000 meals, every donated dollar provides 5 meals for Arizona kids this summer. That breaks down to 20 cents to feed a child a meal. 20 cents. And what you give these children, you're getting protein, you're getting vegetables, right, Jerry?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Breakfast, full breakfast in the morning, and cups of vegetables and applesauce, and to go with regular, things like burgers, things that kids like to eat. You want to make sure that kids are having something that they're going to eat, but they gravitate towards the fruits and vegetables. It's really funny to watch sometimes things that you would think that if you put a bag of chips and an apple next to a kid, most of the time they're going to grab that apple because they really like that kind of food. It's not an asparagus or a spinach type of thing, but we give them great fruits and vegetables that's the first thing when we fill up bags and fill in carts and fill cars up that's the first thing the kids grab for when you see them is those fruits, because they're not around at home a lot and they really do like them. So every dollar donated, you said, is 5 meals, but it also fills a basket and helps a family feed their children.
Again, talking to Jerry Brown, the Director of Public Relations at St. Mary's Food Bank. And I know that you're constantly evolving. Your customer, the people you serve, they are ever changing. Tell me about how you're helping people who are hungry, who might be disabled, elderly, maybe can't drive to see you. What are you doing for them?
We have some really cool things that just in the last 2 or 3 years we've been able to evolve. So we used to rely a lot on volunteers to deliver to folks who can't come to the food bank, who physically are unable to come to the food bank. Lots of shut-ins, lots of folks that just don't have a car, they don't have the transportation, or they have a disability, or they're elderly and can't make it to the food bank. We now work with DoorDash. And so DoorDash drivers, they're driving in the neighborhood. They come, they pick up 8 or 9 food boxes from us, 8 or 9 baskets of vegetables and fruit. And when they're dropping off their Arby's to somebody on that block, there's also somebody else on that block who needs a food box, and they make the extra drive down the block and deliver that to the folks.
Oh my gosh!
Wow, isn't that amazing?
Smart man, Jerry. That's a way to do it. That's pretty good.
You know what? St. Mary's can't take credit for that one. That was a DoorDash thing, and they came to us in a pilot program. And I'll tell you what, in the last couple of years, 500,000 meals, 500,000 times they've dropped those off. And most of the money that goes through this goes directly to the drivers. DoorDash doesn't take anything. So the drivers get a little extra money. And, if you're driving DoorDash, you need those extra bucks. So they're paid for a trip to bring it over. DoorDash doesn't take anything out of it, and we feed an awful lot of people. And then to be able to do that, and for us to say, hey, we don't need the volunteers to drive it, or we use some other companies. It was $8 or $9 for a trip to send the meals out to somebody. That's less than half of that through the DoorDash drivers. The DoorDash drivers make a little bit of money, and it really helps out a lot of people. And you know what? Sometimes it's the same people that deliver to those neighborhoods, and sometimes that's the only person who knocks on that door during the week.
Wow,
is the person who has that food box. So they get to develop a relationship. They get on a first-name basis with the people. They ask them how life is going. They spend 3 or 4 minutes with them. And sometimes that makes all the difference when you're locked in your house and you don't see anybody else.
Well, we've got 30 days.
Yes, we do.
We're going to get this thing going. Jerry Brown, Director of Public Relations at St. Mary's Food Bank. I'm sure we're going to talk to you very much over the next month, and we're going to get this thing kicked off right about now.
Yes, sir.
So, Jerry, thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you so much.
Oh, and we're going to come out and visit soon as well.
We'll see you soon, man.
All right, take care.
Outstanding. That is Jerry Brown, Director of Public Relations at St. Mary's Food Bank. Again, our goal, provide 200,000 meals. And it starts with you guys. We really do need your help to do it. We try to make it as simple as possible. Text the word food to 620-620. I'm looking at the text line right now. Thank you. A lot of thank yous in there. Food to 620-620. We teach you, give you back everything you need to know, and you can help us and St. Mary's Food Bank help people out over the summer, a time when the kids really need that extra help.
first donation in. So I kind of like this. I always like to see the first donation come in.
Okay.
First donation, $500.
Wow.
Donated anonymously.
Thank you.
And I always think listen, put your name. Hey, you got a business? We'll plug it for you.
Oh, good. We are absolute no problem with that.
But the person who did that for $500 and didn't want his or her name there did it too. God bless you. God bless you. Because we're going to do this. We're going to do this all summer. We are outspoken against hunger, and we are going to feed kids, and we are going to provide meals for those in need.
Yes.
And we are going to do that in the month of June. And we're going, with your help, we're going to raise $40,000. And all you have to do is text the word food to 620. And I started off by asking you, have you ever been hungry? And I have not.
Yeah.
And you have not. And we've been blessed.
I acknowledge that.
I acknowledge it.
Very lucky.
Right. But if you're blessed like we are, that you know where your next meal is coming from, some people don't.
Yeah.
And it could be days. And that's why we're doing this. So if that's you, text the word food to 620. And we're going to help out St. Mary's Food Bank, outspoken against hunger here in the month of June.
Thank you. Thank you guys in advance. And we'll be talking a lot more about this.
Absolutely.
You're going to hear about it because we know the need is great. All right. It was huge during COVID, and it's making a comeback in 2025. We'll tell you what it is. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:17. I'm Becky Lynn. This is what you need to know right now. The Trump-approved budget bill will face its next test in the Senate this week. No doubt which way Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly is likely to vote. He says the proposed cuts to Medicaid will cause huge and long-lasting harm to Arizonans.
There isn't like one healthcare system for people on Medicaid, and one for Medicare, and one for private insurance. It's the same system. If 300,000 people get kicked off of access here in Arizona, facilities will close, hospitals will close. That affects everybody.
The Trump administration denies that anyone would lose their insurance if the budget is passed. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And with a look at the road home tonight, once again, it's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Lynn, it has been a very busy day on the Valley main lines, but I'm happy to report we are pretty much done with the drive home. Only one spot of slowing on the westbound I-10 from the outer loop, the Loop 303 out to Verrado Way, and that is it as far as the Valley main lines are concerned. A couple of surface street issues still on the board. Avondale Boulevard and Buckeye Road, we've got a crash there. 19th Avenue and Glendale, look for a collision there, and still working that car motorcycle crash, 44th Street and Washington. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement, Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. John Roller, KTAR News.
Appreciate it, Roller. Thanks a lot. Hey, again, outspoken against hunger. You can help. Just text the word food, 620-620. That's food to 620-620. We bounce you back all the information that you need to help us help St. Mary's Food Bank.
Just got another $100.
Look at that.
I mean, we can get 1,000 by the end of the hour.
Easy. We can do that.
Let's start Monday.
Okay.
Day one. are outspoken against hunger, let's get $1,000.
We can do that.
All you have to do is text the word food to 620. Let's feed some kids. They're out of school. They don't have all those meals ready to go, like breakfast and lunch. Let's feed the kids. Let's feed our hungry neighbors. And we need another $400 or $500 this hour.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
All right. We've seen some changes in consumer behavior, might be a nice way to put it. People are making decisions one way or the other, right? And we're seeing something that we'll call it was COVID era, was kind of hot, was the in thing to do, but it's making a bit of a comeback now in 2025, and it's not because of a communicable disease.
No. People are cooking at home again.
Yep. That's right.
People are cooking at home again.
And okay, so we're seeing it from a couple different things too.
Yeah.
Number one, we're seeing restaurants talk about a dip in sales. The people that supply restaurants saying we're seeing a dip in orders. And then you have the people like Walmart saying we're seeing people shopping for make-at-home meals. We're seeing them buying ingredients at an increased level. These things are happening at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I think this is what happens when you want to, we have to get political on this. When you start screwing around with tariffs, and some of you think it's a good idea and some of you don't. I understand that. Maybe it'll all work out. I don't know. But when you start messing around with tariffs, and it'll cut into your wallet, because you'll be paying those tariffs. And so what we've got are people saying there's some serious things that we're looking at in the economy, and the market's been up, the market's been down. It's complete and total uncertainty. Businesses are kind of freaked out. Are you feeling that a recession is going to happen? I mean, I was listening to Chris and Joe today, and they were talking about with Jim Rounds. They were talking about when is a recession could possibly start next year, could sneak up on us. That's what Rounds said, and it makes people say, you know what, we're gonna cut back a little bit. Maybe we won't take that vacation this summer. Maybe we will start making our own meals and making those meals last longer. Let's start saving some money just in case. I just think the whole thing's unnecessary. I think it's a self-inflicted wound. It didn't have to be like this, and now you've got Americans who are freaked out.
Yeah.
So it's just too bad. It didn't have to be this way.
I'm trying to look, and it's one of those things where it's really difficult to kind of do the one-to-one comparison for things. You realize that sometimes there's a lag. Sometimes it doesn't always show. And I'm trying to look for other areas that people are, I'm going to use the term cutting back.
All right.
Other areas where they are making buying decisions because of any level of uncertainty or nervousness. Because eating out is certainly one of those things you would say, okay, we could probably make it at home cheaper. I got it. I saw something, and I thought this was telling. Vegas is down.
Vegas is down. Saw that. Yep.
Vegas is down. And that's mad money, right? That's, hey, we're going to go. We might win, but we know we're probably going to lose.
It's a good point. It's a really good point.
And so that to me is that little edge that people have, that little extra, the money they would use for fun and entertainment. They're saying, maybe we should just hold on to that.
When you have this uncertainty that's out there that's coming from the Oval Office, don't mean to bang on the president, but this is coming from him and no one else. When you get uncertainty and the people don't know what to expect, and I've said this for years, the minute you change your behavior is when we are headed into a recession. And now we're all changing our behavior, and we might head into a recession. I don't know.
Good point.
But when you start changing your behavior, it's the simplest of things. When you decide you're not going to go get that Starbucks 3 times a week, you've changed your behavior. Why? Because of uncertainty. Why? Because the uncertainty leads to you not feeling like maybe your job's going to be there in 3 months.
Yeah, for whatever reason, right?
Yeah. When you change your behavior, everything in the economy starts to go down.
Wow.
And that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
If you're worried, if you're not trusting what's happening, with the economy from D.C., you're going to change your behavior. And what's going to happen? Vegas, restaurants. We've talked about a dip. People are now going to eat at home more. I just think that it was completely and 100% unnecessary and a self-inflicted wound. And it's really sad. I thought the economy would be way better under Donald Trump than it is right now. It's disappointing. I thought he would do a much better job.
It seems to have leveled out a little bit, though. Would you give it that? Only because he stopped talking about 130% tariffs.
He just did, what was he saying the other day?
50% on steel, and it caused it to go back down. You're right.
Yeah.
It's amazing how every time he starts talking about stupid tariffs, the stock market goes down. Every time he talks about getting rid of them, it goes up.
Goes back up. And my problem is...
Trump always chickens out.
You have, and I heard about that too while I was overseas, but the problem is you have one person that's kind of affecting the stock market on a daily basis, and that's not good.
No, and
that is not good.
Not what our founders wanted.
That is not good
for our country.
That is not
just
good.
To be clear. All right, we got a quick check of the headlines on the way, and then coming up next, Megan McCain joins us every Monday at 5:00. If you missed any of it, we got some highlights for you. We like to call it the remix. Megan McCain. Mondays with Megan up next right here. Outspoken on KTAR. Hey, I'm Bruce.
Hey, it's Gatos. And together we are outspoken against hunger.
This summer, St. Mary's Food Bank will serve hundreds of thousands of meals to kids who usually rely on school for breakfast and lunch.
But they can't do it alone. Arizona families need our help.
Just $1 will provide 5 meals.
Our goal? 200,000 meals.
Whoa.
And it starts with you.
Hey, just text FOOD to 620-620 and donate today.
And together, we can change lives.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, the Lund Mortgage team wants to talk to you. All you have to do is call them. Start talking about purchasing a home. And, a lot of you are saying, well, this isn't the right time. Well, it is the right time. And I'll tell you why. Your kids are basically out of school. And this is the time that, some of you are looking for a home. There are circumstances in life that force you to move. Maybe, you're having a child or you're relocating, I should say, because maybe you want a certain school district for your child. There are all these different circumstances, where you can't wait for interest rates to drop. So the Lund Mortgage team will tell you this. The longer you wait to purchase a house, the longer you wait to start building equity. The longer you wait to purchase a house, the more that house goes up in price. Right now, there are 18,000 homes vacant in the Valley, ready for you to buy. So have the conversation with the Lund Mortgage team. That's it. Have the conversation. 623-875-9940. 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, upfront. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you get access to your home equity in cash, without monthly payments, to use for whatever you'd like. From paying off debt, to making renovations, or handling emergency expenses. Receive your funds in just a few weeks. Start pursuing your financial goals and start getting more out of life. See if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility. Terms and conditions apply. That's HomeTap.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join the D-backs for Father's Day on Sunday, June 15th. Purchase a special event ticket pack to play catch on the field before the D-backs versus Padres game. Visit dbacks.com/dad for tickets.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. Good evening, I'm Becky Lynn. One of the accused killers, the Valley teen Preston Lord, appears to be looking to make a deal.
Jacob Meisner is among the 6 people accused of taking part in the killing of Preston Lord in 2023. Now he'll appear in court later this month after turning down a plea deal last week. KTAR News legal analyst Barry Markson on the defense's strategy.
They want in their eyes, a more reasonable plea agreement that reflects what they see as Meisner's lesser role in the death of Preston Lord.
However, Markson says it's a risky call, adding Meisner can still face a first-degree murder sentence, even if found to not have directly killed Lord due to his overall alleged involvement. Bowen Overstoles, KTAR News.
An Apache Junction police officer and a suspect are both in the hospital after they allegedly exchanged gunfire near Ironwood and Ray Roads today. Faith Fredericks, with our TV partner at ABC 15, explains what police say led up to the shooting.
Police now tell us it happened after they confronted a man suspected of pointing a gun at others. Investigators say he ignored police, then shot an officer who fired back.
The officer was transported to the hospital with life-threatening injuries and is in critical condition, but police didn't share information on the suspect's status other than that he was in surgery. Peace talks between Russia and Ukraine stalling out today after an hour following a surprise military operation from Ukraine targeted dozens of Russian warplanes over the weekend. Here's ABC's Martha Raddatz.
But it was truly remarkable planning to carry out those highly coordinated secret attacks so deep into Russia, and the attacks did make a significant dent into Russia's military capabilities, but so far the Russians have not budged in ceasefire negotiations.
Turning to sports tonight, ESPN reports the Phoenix Suns are down to 2 finalists for their head coaching vacancy, assistant Jordan Ott and Cavaliers associate head coach Johnny Bryant. After dropping 2 of 3 to the Washington Nationals, the Arizona Diamondbacks take a day off before they hit the road to start a series in Atlanta tomorrow. And the 5-2 Phoenix Mercury back on the court in Minnesota tomorrow, where they'll battle the Lynx. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And taking a look at traffic now for us, John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right. Thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Well, we are pretty much done with the evening commute. We've only got a light touch of slowing on the westbound I-10 at the outer loop, the loop 303 out to Verrado Way, and that is it. Surface streets, we're working a crash at Avondale Boulevard and Buckeye Road. 19th Avenue in Glendale, look for a crash there, and a crash involving a motorcycle, 44th Street and Washington. Traffic is brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Skip the lines with Arizona Business One Stop. It's a free online tool to plan, start, and run your business in one easy-to-use place. John Roller, KTAR News.
Overnight low temp around 69 with just a slight chance of some more scattered showers around the valley through Wednesday. Tomorrow's high 96, 99 by Wednesday, and back to triple digits after that. It's 86 in Fountain Hills. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Arizona Cardinals take 275 high school students to Washington, D.C. The owner, Michael Bidwill, tells us why on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9:15.
All right, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. I know our friend Preston Westmoreland is out there, and we want to say how sorry we were to hear about the passing of your wife, Nancy. Preston was an afternoon drive for over 20 years. He was one of the greatest to ever crack a microphone at KTAR. And you and I remember him bringing his wife in. She always came in to visit him. And she passed away, I believe it was Memorial Day. Saw it on Facebook. You know, and if some of you, I know most of you, a lot of you remember Preston on the air. Some of our younger listeners, this guy was on the Mount Rushmore of KTAR.
Yeah.
That's how good he was.
He was, and always be a part of the KTAR family.
No doubt. And they had a great love story. I mean, you could just see it in their eyes when I saw them around the station. So to our friend Preston, we're thinking about you, man. We're praying for you, and we're sorry that Nancy did pass away at the age of 90.
Yeah.
All right. So earlier today, we talked to Megan McCain. We do Mondays with Megan. And we started off the interview. It's what do you call it? The remix?
Remix!
Not the singing and all that kind of stuff.
I like to do a little extra.
We were talking about anti-Semitism in America. What happened in Boulder.
Yeah, using that.
And I mentioned this before I asked her the first question. Take a listen. A week ago, a young couple was murdered. They were Jewish at a Jewish event in Washington, D.C.
Like on the sidewalk, like right
Then
out front.
over the weekend, we've got a guy who's lighting Jews on fire in Boulder, Colorado. And I saw your Twitter, and I'm going to read it. Megan, you said, it's open season on Jews in America, and most of you are enabling it or simply looking the other way. What do you mean by that?
Well, many things. But first, I just don't understand if there was a series of aggressive hate crimes against any other minority in the country, Hispanic people, Asian people, Black people, homosexuals, whatever, there would just be a lot more outrage and a lot more, I think, concern. And because so much of this is conflated, the man who threw the Molotov cocktails, by the way, on a Holocaust survivor and some children, screamed free, free Palestine before he did it, the same thing that was screamed at the two people before they were shot and murdered here in Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago. And so much of that movement is conflated with radical people like that as just an abject hatred of Jewish people. It has nothing to do with Palestine or Israel. It has nothing to do with the war or Netanyahu. What it has to do with it's a really convenient excuse for the just abject hatred of Jewish people. And I've been in this space a really long time, starting with, this is just like a little time machine for you guys. In around 2016, we had the leaders of the Women's March on The View as guests, and I started reading about the Women's March because it was never my thing for a whole host of issues. And when I was reading it, one of the leaders, Linda Salister, had said a whole bunch of anti-Semitic statements and included the support of BDS in her statements about the women's movement. And I had a conversation with my producer, but I was like, what does BDS have to do with, and for people that don't know what that is, it means a boycott of anyone related to Israel in any capacity in corporate America or on college campuses. And I said, what does that have to do with women's anything? Then the leaders of the Women's March came on The View, and I asked them to denounce statements from people they were associated with, that called Jewish people termites, and they wouldn't do it. And it was a big thing in my career. It was a big thing that happened a long time ago at this point, but it was the first time that I got involved in this space because I was one of the few people that was like recognizing it and calling it out and in corporate media. And I've had done a lot of work in the combating anti-Semitism space for almost a decade now. And it's just horrifying. There's a 124% spike in hate crimes against Jewish people in the past year alone.
Wow. 24. So what do we do?
Sorry, you guys.
No. So what do we do about it if it's getting worse? If there is a spike, as you said, like how do we combat this then?
I mean, I think first and foremost, I think it's important just to have these conversations because there's a lot of news organizations. Even yesterday, I believe it was the New York Times, said we don't know a motive yet. Well, if someone's targeting Jewish people and lighting them on fire, I think I know what the motive is.
Narrowed it down.
In the same way, if someone was, targeting, African American people and lighting them on fire, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know what the motivation is.
Fair.
And I think for me, my concern with this particular individual is he was on a visa that expired, and his daughter is actually still here in college. I'm sorry, but if you're going to commit domestic terrorism, you don't get to enjoy the spoils of the West with your children going to our colleges and enjoying living in this country in Boulder, Colorado at the same time. And this is when, you guys know I'm pretty dovish on immigration, but when it comes to things like this, we have got to do a better job of policing the kind of people in this country. And I also think when it comes to the rising levels of anti-Semitism, I think that there's a lot of leaders in this country on by the way, the right and the left. This is a bipartisan issue. There's disgusting anti-Semites on the right and there's disgusting anti-Semites on the left. They need to be called out more aggressively. The problem is there's not a lot of societal consequences for being anti-Semitic. Whoopi Goldberg, my old co-host, did wildly anti-Semitic things that she was actually suspended for by ABC News. It was easily let back on. If she had said that about any other kind of minority in the country, I don't believe she'd still have her job. There's a lot of people, a lot of politicians who say things like, if you cannot denounce the shooting and killing of two Jewish people shot and killed on American soil in Washington, D.C., which, by the way, the candidate for mayor, Zohan Mamandi, was incapable of doing, and he very well could become mayor of New York City. You should not be rewarded politically. And I don't fully know what the answer is, but I know that we need to make sure that just in your personal lives, you make sure that your Jewish friends and colleagues and people you associate with feel safe and just call it out as much as possible. You guys have the #1 talk show in Arizona. You're doing a great job doing it.
We're certainly trying, Megan, to say the least, but boy, that is really disappointing and difficult to watch some of the scenes coming out of Boulder. And sadly, I don't think it's the end. I sadly wish I could tell you I knew what was going to stop hate, for goodness sakes, but it appears to be happening around the world.
Positive lining to make you feel better.
Okay.
So I just interviewed Jonathan Greenblatt, who's the head of the Anti-Defamation League. He's an old friend of mine. And we were talking about just the insanity happening on college campuses and why all this extremism is happening everywhere. And he told me one of the bright spots in college culture is actually at ASU.
Really?
That Michael Crow, the president of Arizona State University, has done an incredible job combating this, making sure Jewish students feel safe at Arizona State University. And then he has taken the threats of anti-Semitic hate crimes extremely seriously. And it made me feel very proud to be an Arizonan because I love hearing that about Arizona State.
All right. That is just a few minutes of our interview with Megan McCain. Mondays with Megan airs live at 5:05. 6:30, we do the remix, bring you a little bit of the conversation. And that certainly was the big story of the weekend. What happened in Colorado.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Quick check of the headlines are on the way. And then up next, we broke a record yesterday. And we're celebrating because it had nothing to do with heat. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Tune in every Friday during Arizona's Morning News from 5 to 8 a.m. for KTAR's Consumer Voice, proudly sponsored by Arizona Central Credit Union. Tune in as we delve into fraud prevention and consumer protection issues affecting Arizona. Stay informed with the KTAR News Team. We've got you covered. Make life simple with Arizona Central Credit Union. Local, trusted, and secure loans for mortgage, vehicles, business, and personal. Arizona Central Credit Union. You belong here. Federally insured by NCUA. Restrictions apply.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Valley got some rare rain for this time of year, a whole lot of it. Phoenix Sky Harbor saw 0.2 of an inch of rain Sunday, and that is 10 times the previous record for June 1st. That was set back in 1914. Showers in the Valley all dried up now, but the high country could see some rain lingering on until Wednesday. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Let's take a look at the road home one more time with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. As far as the Valley main lines are concerned, looking very good. We're pretty much wrapped up with the evening drive. We do have a new crash coming in 40th Avenue and Pinnacle Peak Road. Also working another collision this afternoon at Avondale Boulevard and Buckeye in Avondale. And 19th Avenue in Glendale, you've got a crash there as well. Traffic is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Bruce St. James at Mesa AMC Theater June the 14th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink. John Roller, KTAR News.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
This is the story of the one.
As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the product, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, here we go. KTAR.com, right side of the page, the Big Q. All right. Hey, what was the biggest local story this past weekend?
Ooh.
All right. A, for the first time in more than 100 years, it rained on June 1st in Phoenix.
It was a pretty big deal.
B, D-backs allowed 11 Washington Nationals to reach base before an out was recorded on Saturday.
Wait, why we got to bring up old stuff?
Oh, boy. C, Congressman Andy Biggs kicked off his gubernatorial run with a rally in Arizona. All right.
I'm going with the rain. For the first time in 100 years, it rained on June 1st in Phoenix. 67%.
80%. That's an easy one, I think.
I think so.
Yeah. It kept me up. Man,
What do you mean? The rain did.
Oh, that woke me up. It woke a lot of people up in the office. There are a lot of rear ends dragging around here today.
Is that what's going on?
Well, I mean, at 3 in the morning, you know, the lightning and the thunder and the rain, and you got to go out and videotape it with your phone.
Yeah, you got to videotape it. You don't have a choice.
My wife did it. I did it. You know, it's what we do here.
It's what we do.
I've given up.
What do you mean?
I fought it for a while, but whenever it rains now, I'm videoing it. Wow. And I did it last night.
So I feel a little bit on the left out.
You didn't get much.
We had a little bit of, some pitter patter. A little like I came out this morning.
Torrential.
The ground wasn't wet. You know what I'm saying? Like on the patio, there was no excess water.
Yeah.
And I keep seeing these people like, well, it rained, and I go, man, they sure made a big deal out of just a little sprinkle.
That's not.
And then I looked, and the way the storm kind of came through, it came from the southwest, headed northeast, and right around Mesa-ish was the cutoff, where it just kind of sprinkled a little out east.
Turned and left you alone.
Yeah, but if you were west of that, all the way out to the West Valley, you probably got a lot of the big stuff.
Yeah, I got some totals here. You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's see. All right. Let's see. Deer Valley Airport got almost a half inch.
No.
Glendale got almost a half inch. Levine got almost an inch and a half.
Really?
Yeah.
Supposedly, Sun City got like 2 inches, which is like the whole
That's their yearly rain total they got in one day.
Yeah, and they all slept right through it.
Now, that's uncalled
all right.
for. Okay, let's keep the gloves above the belt.
What else? Mesa, 0.28. So, I mean, it was. I wonder if it's going to have any effect. Like how far away this storm was, if it'll have any effect on some of the wildfires.
I don't think it hurt to say it to the least, and moving up there and getting some water on what is decidedly a dry area. I was flying in while you were gone.
Yeah,
I flew in from some godforsaken Midwest, and so we come in. I'm going to get it wrong. Captain Dan's going to text me. It's the Albuquerque approach. You kind of come over Albuquerque. You almost follow the 40 freeway, and then you kind of come down, and you come down over the White Mountains. And I was sitting on the left side of the plane, and I looked down, and I'm like, well, there's the fires.
Oh,
Look at that.
You can see it.
Yeah,
wow.
Absolutely. Now, it was daytime, so I saw the smoke. I didn't necessarily see a lot of flame.
Right.
But I was like, those aren't clouds.
Oh.
We just flew over the fires.
Yeah. Let's get an update real quick. Outspoken against hunger.
Ooh, okay.
This is something we're going to do in the month of June.
Yes.
We're partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank, as we do every summer. We've done this for several years now.
Yeah.
And we're trying to feed kids, trying to feed hungry families. Day one.
The least we can do.
$1,800 raised so far. We're going for 40, but if we can get to the 2,000 mark.
Yeah.
In the next couple minutes, we hit our goal the first day. We're $200 short.
We can do that.
All you have to do is text the word food to 620-620.
Yeah.
Text the word food to 620-620. Make a donation. We've got a lot of people that are donating, and it's just fantastic.
And, the huge call this time of year is the kids. They're not getting their meals in school.
Right.
Many of them are doing without a breakfast or a lunch.
Saw a lot of Facebook posts today. Last day of school for kids.
Yeah.
And then maybe your kid is already out, but if you're fortunate enough to be able to feed your children, some people aren't, and that's why we're doing that. So text the word food to 620-620.
Great to have you back. James.
Hey, great to be back, Bruce. Thanks.
We appreciate all the help it takes to put the show together. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass. DJ just in time over there. Our super producer, Jules, 2 thumbs up from her. Of course, the pride of Tennessee. That's Becky Lynn, delivering all your news and information. And on traffic today, that's the Roller, John Roller. Thanks, guys.
Oh, and for the first time in 2 weeks, Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, still lucky I put up with you.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Do you have great credit, good with your money? Then why are you in a traditional mortgage that was created for people with poor credit? Pay all interest first to the bank, pay for 30 years, zero access to your equity, etc. On a Life Changer loan, you pay all principal first, always retain access to your equity, and pay off in just a matter of years, not decades. Maybe it's time your mortgage matched your credit. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Here's a scenario I think that we can all relate to here in Arizona. Driving down I-10, minding your own business.
And bam! A rock cracks your windshield. That could ruin your whole day, but take a breath. Rocks happen. I mean, we basically live in a pile of rocks anyway. Call or visit newvisionautoglass.com and see if you qualify to get up to $375 cash back. That's pretty much free money. Okay, so let's run down the checklist. Mobile service? Check. New Vision Auto Glass comes to you. Your insurance rates stay the same. Check. See, Arizona's a no-fault state, so if you're properly covered, no raising of insurance rates, and no cost to you. And the best part, right after New Vision replaces your windshield, they'll give you instant cash back of up to $375. And that ends the checklist. Also, because you had a monkey wrench thrown in your day, New Vision Auto Glass wants to treat you to dinner. Every customer gets a free all-you-can-eat buffet voucher from the famous Brazilian steakhouse Rodizio Grill. So call 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com, a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today.